Okay, and welcome to the 70th meeting of the 7th Council of the Municipality of South Dundas. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We're going to confirm the agenda at this time. There will be disclosure of pecuniary interest, but it'll only relate to the closed session. And I will ask again later for after number 5 is completed. And once we move out of closed session, we will come back live after that. So, confirmation of agenda, we have moved 9E to discussion items. And we have added the Brinston building to discussion items. There's new information for council on that regard. Is there anything else any member of council would like to add tonight? Anything from staff in addition? Yes?
I'd like to add just COVID-19 discussion in regards to the province announcement today.
Okay. Anything else? Seeing none, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof in relation to the closed session that council will be having this evening? Seeing none, the adoption of minutes for the December 7th regular council meeting.
Moved by Councillor Mallon, second by Councillor Lewis, that the minutes of the 69th regular meeting of the Municipality of South Dundas be adopted as circulated.
Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Closed session, please.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Lewis, that the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas proceed in camera pursuant to Section 239C of the Municipal Act 2001, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board.
All heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much for now, and we'll be back after the closed session is done. And welcome back to our council meeting on December 21st. For those who haven't been here, we just went through a closed session previous to the restart of tonight's meeting. So once again, I will ask council a question on any disclosure of pecuniary interest, general nature thereof on any of the remaining agenda. Hearing none, I will move on.
Mayor Byvelds, I do have a slip here, sorry, from Councillor Wells.
Okay, he
I'm not
needs to
sure.
declare it then. Councillor Wells, if you have a declaration, you need to publicly declare it, please. It seems we don't have Councillor Wells there. I see two Councillor Wells now. Both are muted. Councillor Wells, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me? I can hear you now. You have a written declaration of pecuniary interest. Can you publicly state that, please?
Yes. The report from the center thing, I declare conflict of interest because I own the property.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we have a delegation tonight from Chris Clark of Zanderplan Incorporated concerning the County Road 2 vacant lot that had the proposal of an apartment building on it this summer that the council denied rezoning. So Chris, you're welcome.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen here and make sure everyone can see it. Can you all see my PowerPoint slide?
We do, yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'll try not to spend too long on each slide here. I do have some slides that have quite a bit of text, but I'll just try and go over everything as quickly as we can. And then I don't know if you want to ask questions at the end or during, but feel free, if anyone has a question, to just speak up and ask me. So our office was retained to help our client with a building on County Road 2. It's a vacant lot. It also has frontage on Industrial Road. And like the chair said, we did bring a rezoning forward, which was denied. So we've sort of revised our proposal to include ground floor commercial, which might be something that's a little bit more, compatible with the commercial zoning that's on there. And then we would still have two stories of units above that. So a 3-story building total. So here's a view of the subject property, currently vacant right now. Looks like there might be a few small buildings here or there, but for the most part, just mostly a vacant lot. Next door, we have a commercial use, which looks like it's had several different uses in it over the years. I think it's a roofing company right now. And on the other side, we've got the McIntosh Country Inn and Conference Center, and then of course the industrial park to the north. So here's just sort of a regional sort of context to show you sort of where the differing land uses are. So, for the most part to the north is, either, vacant lands outside the industrial park or developed industrial uses. You've got a mixture of, commercial, industrial type uses to the east. To the south, open space and residential, and a few different sort of commercial uses along County Road 2. And then to the west, you've got, the commercial uses down County Road 2, some residential uses, but, parts of the industrial park as well. So why this property? Why specifically our client chose this lot in the village? You know, he needs at least an acre here for building and parking. There isn't a lot of vacant land from what I can see in the village. I'm not a realtor, so I don't really know the vacancies, unfortunately, but you know, the residential area of Morrisburg is mainly single detached dwellings on small lots. The majority of the residential lots in the village appear to be developed, with the exception of a handful of, you know, smaller lots for single residential uses. I could not personally find any examples of vacant lots greater than 1 acre in the residential area of the village. The only 2 examples I could find were along County Road 2, both of which are in the highway commercial zone. So here we have sort of a quick inventory. Now, I mean, there may or may not be some more vacant lots other than what I've identified. I tried to just quickly go through everything here. But we've got in red the couple vacant lots that would be large enough for a development such as this. In blue, we have some smaller vacant lots that are less than 1 acre in size. There are a couple closer to the St. Lawrence that are in the R4 zone, but not really the size that our client would need. He's pretty much an apartment dwelling type developer. So he doesn't usually dabble in anything smaller than, say, 24 units, 30 units, stuff like that. So really we need about 1 acre of land. And I also have highlighted, just for quick discussion, there is an area right here in the residential 1 holding zone, which is next to the industrial park. Now, there is no development there, but it's interesting to note that there is a large area designated for residential use beside the industrial park already in the zoning bylaw. So land use compatibility. So the PPS does have some policies that sort of address compatibility with sensitive land uses and things like industrial uses, aggregate operations, landfills, things like that. So proposed sensitive uses are only permitted in proximity to industrial facilities if the following is demonstrated. So there's an identified need for the proposed use. If we go back to, I'm just going to scroll back here to this sort of figure, there isn't a lot of vacant residential land available for something like this. So I would take that to mean there probably isn't a lot of potential outside of the land zoned for residential uses to bring new residential into the village. So I would say that identifies the need as, as a need for the town, just, some more rental units above what might be, in town now. Alternative locations, again, if we go back to the original figure, I've looked at all of the locations I could find in town, and I've determined this location and the other one on the other side are the 2 sort of best locations for something like this. And then the last 2, adverse impacts to the sensitive use and impacts to the industrial uses are minimized and mitigated. And that's what the rest of the slideshow will discuss. So land use compatibility is also outlined in the D-Series guidelines. So the D1-3 guideline provides several land use compatibility definitions, including sensitive land uses, class 1 to 3 industrial uses, influence areas, separation distances, all the things you need to sort of figure out if something is compatible. And then the D6 guideline, it provides specific policies for compatibility between industrial facilities. So land use compatibility measured in 2 ways, separation distance and influence area. Separation distance is the minimum setback between the use and the facility. An influence area is sort of a general area where adverse impacts may be experienced. Influence areas are a little bit tricky because each influence area is site specific to the industrial use. So that's why the D6 guidelines just sort of have general influence areas that get applied to the different classes, because through sort of, material and information that they've accumulated over the years, they've sort of determined, these are the certain distances you might want to be away from other uses. So I'll go through those a little bit later in the report, but I'm going to focus more on separation distance for the purposes of this, because that's really the true indicator of compatibility. So here, this is the sensitive land use definition from the D6 or the D1-3 guideline. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. The main part here underlined is residences or facilities where people sleep. Those are considered sensitive 24 hours a day. Now I bring up this definition because I'm going to get into the use abutting to the property, which is the McIntosh Country Inn, and explain why we feel that existing use there already would make it possible for our use to be located on this property. And you'll also see at the bottom, bird, wildlife habitats and sanctuaries. That's a little bit important because of what's going on to the east of the industrial park, which I'll get into a little bit later in this report. I've kind of been talking. Do I still have everybody with me? Can I keep going?
Yes, you do. Keep on going, please.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. So here are some local definitions. So the South Dundas zoning bylaw does not specifically identify a motel or a hotel as a sensitive use. It says sensitive land uses may include residences, education, or health facilities. This definition is pretty consistent in most of the zoning bylaws in SDG counties, in the various townships. But I was able to find 2 examples of nearby townships which specifically list hotel and motel as a sensitive land use. And that would be town of Greater Napanee and the township of Addington Highlands. Oh, sorry. So existing sensitive land use, the McIntosh Country Inn and Conference Center. So this is the property directly abutting to the east. This is a facility that's been in existence for well over 30 years. It's an established use in the village. It has been for a very long time. It is one of 2 motels or accommodations that I can see in the village. There is another motel on the opposite end of the village along County Road 2, but it's unclear if that's operational at this point. I couldn't really find any information about it. I can see it obviously on maps, but so in any case, this is an important use for the town. This is one of, if not your only place that provides accommodations right now. It is a facility where people sleep. So per the D-1-3 definition, this is a sensitive use 24 hours a day. So just a little bit more information for the Country Inn. So I'll have a figure later on where we'll show separation distances, but essentially this use would already preclude or hinder higher classes of industrial development on lots within 70 meters of the inn. 70 meters is the minimum separation for a Class 2 use. A Class 1 use requires a 20-meter separation. The road allowance separating the inn property and our subject property from all the industrial uses is 20.12 meters wide, 66 feet from what I can tell. So the minimum separation between Class 1 uses and our property and the inn will always be met by any use in the industrial park. So the inn or the development of our property would not preclude any Class 1 uses from being established anywhere in the industrial park. Class 2 uses would require a minimum separation distance of 70 meters from the inn. And before I go into the separation distances, I did a little bit more research about the provincial park. I've recently found out DuPont Provincial Park is directly abutting the subject property. And this use would also be considered sensitive because of all the specific features that it has, including warm water fish breeding habitat, provincially significant ANSIs, provincially significant wetlands, and it's also home to several uncommon, rare, and provincially significant animal and plant species. And here is just a map, just quickly showing where the provincial park is. Now, we probably wouldn't have any impact on the Riverside Marsh ANSI since it's well away from the subject property, but all the areas sort of directly abutting to the industrial park are part of an ANSI currently, which I would classify as a sensitive use because these are sensitive natural heritage features. So I just thought it was important to sort of point out that, you know, not only do we have some residential uses nearby or zoned nearby, we also do have some other sensitive uses around the industrial park. So, you know, development of our property wouldn't necessarily preclude or hinder certain parts of the park more than this ANSI and some of these natural features already do. So that brings us into just how we measure separation distance. So there's two methods outlined in the D-Series guidelines. The first method is called a general site plan, which is employed when the uses share a common lot line. So if our property was directly abutting, say, one of the industrial uses to the north with no road allowance in between, the way they want you to measure separation distance is from the closest property line to the closest property line, which obviously can't be done if you share a common lot line. Your separation would be 0. So in those cases, a general plan just measures sort of from the area of the industrial use to the area of the sensitive land use. Now, for the purposes of our review, we are applying the site-specific plan, which is the preferred method because it provides for the full enjoyment of both uses, because it measures, like I said, from the closest existing or proposed lot line of the sensitive use to the closest existing or proposed lot line of the industrial use. So, and then as you see on the bottom, since industrial road separates the property from the industrial uses, the site-specific method is applied. So here I've just tried to show some of the separation distances as best I can. The subject property is 20 meters away from all the uses to the north, which is the minimum separation from Class 1 facilities. You'll see there are some vacant parcels identified here. So for instance, we'll look up here at vacant parcel A, which is in the M2 zone. You know, it would permit a wide variety of industrial uses per the M2 zoning. However, that property being vacant only 20 meters away from the McIntosh Country Inn, it would be suitable for Class 1 industrial uses, but a Class 2 use could not go there because of the inn already. So, you know, you look at some of these uses that are already established, you know, I don't see a lot of emissions or outdoor storage or anything that would suggest any of these uses are anything higher than Class 1. So I'm pretty confident saying like Xenopus Inc., for instance, is a Class 1. The NStar Holdings Inc., it doesn't look like there's a lot of activity happening on that property. So I'm not really sure what it's used for, to be honest. But for the most part, I think any of those properties could be developed or redeveloped with Class 1 uses and would not be precluded or hindered in any way by our development. If you look at, there's a couple other vacant parcels here. So vacant parcel B, it is zoned for a biosolids and sludge facility, which I don't really know what's entailed in that kind of thing, but that sounds like a higher sort of class use to me. That parcel does extend all the way north to the other end of the business park. So our use being here doesn't necessarily mean that specifically accepted permitted use couldn't still be established on that lot somewhere. And then you have another vacant parcel D, which is in the M2-5 zone. That exception zone permits a truck and or car wash on the property and also permits an accessory dwelling unit for the operator of the use. So that zone too, whether you would consider an accessory dwelling a sensitive use when it's part of an industrial use, that I would need to do a bit more research, but it's, you know, it's important to note that that vacant parcel D is zoned to permit an accessory dwelling unit. And while There's nothing to say that it has to be a car wash or a truck wash, being that there are several trucking businesses in this industrial park and it's directly abutting a trucking business. I think it would make sense that a car wash or a truck wash would be built there eventually. If so, that could be built fully within the 20-meter separation. The only thing, if that vacant parcel D were ever proposed for a class 2 use, technically it wouldn't meet the minimum 70-meter separation from our property. However, given the size of that lot, I find it hard to believe that a use with, emissions and open storage could be put on a parcel that small. I could, obviously there's many different uses, but overall, I think when you look at sort of the uses to the north versus our subject property, you could easily say that the McIntosh Country Inn, as a sensitive land use, already precludes or hinders certain lands nearby from developing higher classes of industrial use. And development of our property with a mixed use building would not further preclude or hinder any of these properties any more than the McIntosh Country Inn already does. And just quickly to mention the uses on the south side, the Cibron Canada, Beavers Dental, I mean, I would assume it's a class 1 use based on what I'm seeing. You also have several residential uses within 20 to 30 meters of that property on the south side of County Road 2. So again, that to me supports the notion that it's a fully contained facility. There's not many emissions coming from it, and it's likely a class 1. So I would say, given separation distances, our property would not preclude or hinder any development of the industrial park further than what is already being done by existing uses in the area. So, and just quickly, just a couple more slides left here. Additional benefits from the development. A lot of these are going to be affordable units, which I think in this sort of climate is really important, especially for a village that, might not have a lot of residential vacancy open. There's a lot of sort of, mystery on what's going to happen here. And, housing prices are soaring. People can't afford, single homes anymore. So something like this might actually be a really good inclusion into the town. You've got a larger building located closer to uses of similar mass and scale, and you're locating away from your primarily single detached residential areas. You're protecting your employment lands by including ground floor commercial units within the development, and access solely to the county road for the development will help protect industrial road for the industrial use traffic, which I know was a big concern, especially for the owners of the trucking businesses that use that road frequently. So here is just a quick site plan layout. This is something we drafted last month in November. This is our mixed use building. I've kind of tried to show the commercial layout. You've got 2 commercial units. At the back, you've sort of got a common entrance, common access for the building. So all traffic would come in over on the east side here. There's a maneuvering area to allow the garbage and the loading or the delivery trucks to maneuver outside of any parking areas. Parking at the back would mainly be for the residential uses, and the parking to the front and the sides would be commercial / visitor parking if you had any visitors coming to the building. And then finally, here's just a rendering of what the building would look like. And this is sort of looking at the commercial units from the street. So that's the conclusion of my presentation. I'll just close this here. Yeah, so if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, so we'll round table on council and questions, and what we'll do is, in the end, we'll add a discussion on council's feeling on your application and where we should go, knowing that
Okay.
we've already denied it once, but it is somewhat different.
Right.
Deputy Mayor
Sounds
Gardner.
So questions only?
Yes.
I don't have any questions.
Councilor Lewis.
No questions.
Councilor Mellon.
Yes, You mentioned in your presentation you have an entranceway, the main entranceway would be off County Road 2. Would there be any entranceway off the industrial road, or it would be all coming in off County Road 2?
The plan is to have it all off County Road 2. The development could be accommodated to have a second entrance, but with some of the concerns that were raised, we felt having a single entrance for everything would be better suited for compatibility.
Okay, and I know at the public meeting, there was, and there's been some discussion about the sound, I guess, if you will. Have you incorporated anything in this second proposal to mitigate or reduce any noise that may be coming in off Industrial Road, or for that matter, off Highway 2 for the residential units?
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly, I think we did a noise study, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't think the noise study concluded that any mitigation was required. Now I could take a quick look at it, but it was done for the original proposal. So just bear with me 1 second. I'm just going to go to the conclusions. So it said, based on the calculated sound levels during daytime, the noise level at the plane of the window is less than 55 decibels, and therefore no mitigation is required.
Okay, thank you.
So-
Yeah, the apartment units, in your first proposal, there was several, I guess, types of apartment units. In this one, they would be all affordable, the single, or I don't know, what do you call them, bachelors, or so they'd be more affordable units?
Yeah,
Or
so
what are you proposing for this one?
The breakdown I was told was 27 bachelor units and 3 one-bedroom apartments.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any other questions right now, Mayor Byvells.
Okay, I have I guess one statement and a couple questions. The definitions that South Dundas is using, their zoning bylaw, are the definitions that are in there, so I would kindly, you would use them as your parameters. Others really don't apply, and we've gone through legal cases that we need to defend what we have in our zoning bylaw. Can you speak to the current provincial policy statement and the desire by the provincial government to protect employment areas, and how this use would go with it?
Yeah, so I would point out that in your official plan, this is labeled as commercial district, and all the lands to the north are your employment district, but I consider commercial as employment. So by having the ground floor commercial uses, you're not taking lands out of your commercial district to have a standalone residential use. So, I mean, without getting into all the specific policies, which unfortunately I don't know off the top of my head from the PPS, I know by including the ground floor commercial and having all of that as part of the development, you're including areas that you can have employment in those units. And, depending on the uses that you might have, it could be any number of employees that might be able to work there. So I would say that in itself is the protection of the employment lands per the PPS. We won't require any type of OPA to remove these lands from the employment district.
Okay, and the other question I would have is, and I think you mentioned most of it, a lot of these lands are zoned M2, so the design of those lands is to have the potential to use Class 2 general industrial uses.
Correct.
The circle kind of challenges some of that, would not be a fair way of saying. I know that the McIntosh Inn is a current use. However, some people would debate a 24/7 sleeping combination there, and it's been there, just so your knowledge, 40 plus years now. I think it was built in 78, if I believe right. So how would you address, that's a challenge, I think, to anybody, especially for land use, and once we establish something there, that it could could curtail some potential development.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess, I'm not really understanding, I guess, your question, but in terms of the land use that's there, I mean, I don't really know sort of how the inn operates. I did see, like, you can get accommodations at certain times right now. You know, I look at it as something where if you have people sleeping there, if you have conference centers where, you know, some of these abutting uses, you might have people coming for a meeting of some kind, like I'm thinking Cibron Canada across the road. You know, that's a big use if you have a bunch of your sort of higher up guys coming to have a meeting with staff or whatever it might be. So yeah, I know it's a bit of a stretch to consider it a sensitive use because we don't typically think of commercial uses as a sensitive land use. But I think if you look at purely at the D-series guidelines and their definitions, I think this fits in the definition of a sensitive land use. Whether or not people sleep there 24/7, overnight, whatever it might be. So I still think it precludes the park, the industrial park a little bit. Again, that being said, a lot of the uses nearby are already developed. Does that mean they can't be redeveloped with other uses? No. Or the lots combined into larger lots? No. But you do have a significant amount of industrial park left over that you've built road connections into now. So I think, you know, overall, in terms of industrial development, what we're proposing is compatible with it. Yeah, but that's really where the divide is do you consider a commercial use like that sensitive or not? So,
Okay,
I
so,
hope that answers your question.
okay, fair enough. So, what is your real ask from council? Because council denied the zone before, you didn't appeal it, so obviously you didn't feel you had a case. Do you feel that council should at least entertain this going forward, or like what's your real ask, so we know what we're gonna, because in the end, council, we can all say no to what you said, but you can still go through the process. It is a public process, and if in the end the public deem it is the right thing to do there, it may challenge council, but council in the end will make that decision, and then of course appeal routes are available at LPAT.
Yeah, and I mean, we respect the challenges with the site. I mean, it's not like we're just looking to get whatever approved here. We understand there's other things around and there are compatibility issues. We personally would like the opportunity to present a mixed-use building to see if that is something that council feels that they could support. But going back to recognizing the challenges, I mean, we know that this is something that's going to be hard to approve. So, you know, we just hope that, you know, we can at least be given the opportunity to present. And, you know, if we can't make something work, then, you know, that's kind of why we didn't come back with the proposal for just residential, because we felt it being denied outright, you know, there wasn't much point coming back with a standalone residential use. So, you know, we're trying to make it work here. And if we can, we'd like to do this mixed use on this property.
Okay, so so at the end of the discussion, I've added it on. Council will give you an answer where their thinking is on it right now, and then I will leave it in the hands of the developer and yourselves, whether you continue on down the path of a public meeting and rezoning, and go from there. You know, in the end, even if council said yes, it still can be denied, or even if council said no, it still could be approved. So I'm not going to close the door, but at least you'll know where we as a council sit, the four of us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we will now move on to action requests. First one is TR 2020-13, Ontario Regulation 284/09 report.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Mellon, that the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas approve report TR 2020-13 to accept the 2020 excluded expenses report as required by Ontario Regulation 284/09 as per the attached.
Sarah, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is an annual report to meet the requirements of OREG 28409. This regulation permits the municipality to exclude amortization expense, post-employment benefits expenses, solid waste landfill closure and post-closure expenses from our annual budget. We prepare our budget on a cash basis, and non-cash transactions such as amortization are not included. So in order to prepare our budget using this method, legislation requires this report on the impact of the excluded expenses and that the report be adopted by resolution. I can answer any council questions at this time.
Okay, fairly straightforward. Any comments, questions, concerns from council here? Any comments from Councillor Wells? Councillor Wells? Guess we'll move on. If there's nothing here, did he? No, he didn't. Okay. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Wells? Okay, we're having challenges, but even his vote for nay would not work, so the motion is carried. Maybe the clerk can see if she can get a hold of Councillor Wells and we can see if we can participate in the meeting. Next one is TR 2020-14, year-end surpluses and deficits.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Lewis, that the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas accept report TR 2020-14 to authorize all surplus deficits at December 31st, 2020 be transferred as described in the attached Schedule A.
Sarah?
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. This is another annual report, which is a requirement from our auditors. It provides direction to finance as to where any surplus or deficits be transferred for year-end purposes. On Schedule A is all the recommended transfers for year-end, and I can answer any questions Council has.
Okay, any comments, questions, concern on this? Yes, Councillor Mallon?
Pretty well the same, I believe, Sarah. The three new ones are service delivery reserves. I guess they're government money, if you will, and they're specific uses. There's only certain things it can be used for, right? That's why they're in the three different ones?
That's correct. So the social services relief funding is the money we're receiving from City of Cornwall. And we're using that for the office renovation downstairs, and there's a few other expenses. The ICIP COVID resilience, that's a capital funding. We haven't received it yet, but if we do receive it by year end, it will be transferred into reserve to use in 2021. And then the COVID-19 safe restart funding, that is the funding from the province that we've received for operational pressures due to COVID. So anything remaining from this year would be transferred to the reserve to use in 2021.
Yeah, they can only be, that's why they're separate, the three separate, they can only be used for, okay, thank you, no.
Okay, seems like Councillor Wells, if you ever just jump in, if you can hear us, if you can't, then we're gonna drive on and hopefully it doesn't affect you. I know you're very well under the weather, so. If there's nothing else, all heard the motion, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Next one is CAO 2020-16, Engineering Design Standard Subdivision and Site Plan.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas approve report CAO 2020-16 to accept the Engineering Design Standard Manual as attached.
Shannon?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So as Council will recall, we've had a couple discussions in regards to this manual over the last two Committee of the Wholes. What the plan was for this manual was to guide developers in regards to subdivisions and site plans. So this will be a tool that will be used for staff and developers moving forward It'll be reviewed on an annual basis to make any changes as needed. But in the end, it's to guide and as a minimum guideline to help develop our subdivisions so that they're consistent. So if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer for council.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns from council on this? We debated it twice. Councillor Wells? Hearing none, all heard in motion, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Okay, bylaws, we have a lot of drains tonight, and we're gonna go one by one, because I think that's just the best way of going, so. First one is 2020-115, the Elma Municipal Drain.
Second by Councillor Lewis, that bylaw number 2020-115, being a bylaw to assess the maintenance costs of the Elma Municipal Drain, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Sean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't comment on each individual bylaw, as I think there's sufficient detail in the explanatory note for each drain. But to summarize, the 7 drains were maintained in the years from 2015 through 2018. The due date for the assessment invoice is proposed as February 26, 2021, and a total amount of $96.35 will not be billed due to the smaller assessment amounts, and that amount will be expensed to the drainage budget. If you do have any questions on individual drains, I'll try and answer them for you.
Okay, so we are going one by one through them, so they are fairly straightforward, as you had mentioned, so the numbers are in the report. If council has any comments, questions, concern on a particular drain, then they can say so, but we will go one at a time through them. So anything on the Elma Municipal Drain? Yes, Councillor
I
Mellon?
think that's short and sweet. Sean, maybe you can help me, if you will. When I look at the watershed for that drain, it's inside watershed of the Barclay drain. When they do the assessment, I guess Mayor Byveld, I'm just curious as how they can come up with the assessment when there's a watershed inside the watershed. I understand how it's done to a certain degree, but I guess it's done by the engineer's report on that, if you will.
Any comment, Sean?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mellon, my understanding is that if they're abutting watersheds, then the engineer takes that into account when he's preparing a report, or in some cases they would also be a sub-watershed of a corresponding report. That's my understanding, but that's could be further clarified by the drainage super if needed.
I believe it's probably in the original engineer's report how it comes out at.
Yeah, my look at the map, Councillor Mellon, is that the Elma Municipal Drain drains into the Barclay Creek Drain, and the area that's in yellow is very specific to the Elma Drain, and where the Barclay Drain would be on the east side of that or on the right side of the diagram.
I'm somewhat confused with the yellow and the red, and I just, okay, I mean,
I think the yellow is the drainage area.
oh,
From-
okay.
From my knowledge of that land, and it's in Elma, so I have a fairly good knowledge, there's at the
Thank you for clarifying that for me.
At
Mayor. I
the
was like,
end of Barclay Road and Marcellus Road is basically the top of that hill. Then land falls the other way again.
Okay,
Okay, anything else on it? Councillor Wells? Seeing none, all heard the motion, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Next one is the 2020-116, the George Barclay Municipal Drain.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that bylaw number 2020-116, being a bylaw to assess the maintenance costs of the George Barclay Municipal Drain, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Are there any comments, questions, concerns from any member of council on this particular drain bill? Councillor Wells? Seeing none, all heard the motion, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Next one, 2020-117, the Henderson, Castleman, and Nesbit Hess branches of the Barkley Creek Municipal Drain.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that bylaw number 2020-117, being a bylaw to assess the maintenance costs of the Henderson, Castleman, and Nesbit Hess branches of Barkley Creek Municipal Drain, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Any comments, questions, concerns from any member of council on this? Seeing none, I'll order the motion. Those in favor, opposed, motion carries. Next one is 2020-118, the Henry Hagel Municipal Drain.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Mellon, that bylaw number 2020-118, being a bylaw to assess the maintenance costs of the Henry Hagel Municipal Drain, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Any comments, questions, concerns on this drain bill bylaw? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor, opposed, motion carries. Next one, 2020-119, the Josh Chanette Municipal Drain.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that bylaw number 2020-119, being a bylaw to assess the maintenance costs of the Josh Chanette Municipal Drain, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Any comments, questions, concerns on this one? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor, opposed, motion carries. Next one is 2020-120. It's the Whitaker Municipal Drain.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Councillor Lewis, that bylaw number 2020-120, being a bylaw to assess the maintenance costs of the Whitaker Municipal Drain, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Any comments, questions, concerns on this drain? I will mention one thing to some advice for Mr. Mason when you send this out. Those who were already assessed on the C. Whitaker drain, which drains into this Whitaker drain, that they be at least notified of why they're getting a second bill, because some of them will be asking that question. Yes, they do deserve the bill, but because they have a better outlet, but there might be some questions, and it'll save some phone calls and explanations later.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put that in the notice we send with the invoices.
Okay, I think it's just helpful information for those who are on it, because it doesn't, even if you send the map, it's not really defined on it as well as it needs to be. Anything else? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor, opposed, motion carries. Next one, 2020-121, William Pemberton Municipal Drain.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that bylaw number 2020-121, being a bylaw to assess the maintenance costs of the William Pemberton Municipal Drain, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Any comments, questions, concerns on this drain? Seeing none, all heard motion. Those in favor, opposed, motion carries. Okay, that's rid of all the drains, and I appreciate what Mr. Mason has done. Like, we are slowly catching up. Drains from 2016 finally are getting through the book, so I think Councilor Mellon's got a slight smile on his face, and we're working through them. We appreciate that work you do, Sean. It's not easy. I understand that. I look at some of those old engineering files, and even if you just had to find who owns what now, is just work. Okay,
Thank you,
next
Mr. Mayor.
bylaw,
We are making progress.
2020-122 is speed limits bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Councillor Lewis, that bylaw number 2020-122, being a bylaw to set the rate of speed on municipal highways, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Jeff, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is a bylaw from our committee of the whole meeting, which we had on November 30th to get the process going, to identify roads which do not fall under the Highway Traffic Act as either being 50s or 80s. So broken down for you is the different roadways and their speed limits attached. If you have any questions, I'd be more than willing to answer them.
Okay, we'll go around council. Comments, questions, concerns?
Thanks, Mayor Byveld. I think we had a really good discussion about the speed limits. It will be interesting to see if it helps, and I'm comfortable with what we decided.
Okay. Councilor Lewis?
I agree with Deputy Mayor Gardner. This is a thing that's been a long time coming, and I do believe that we also had a very good discussion, and I'm very happy with what we settled on. Thanks, Jeff.
Councilor Mallon?
Yeah, maybe I missed it, or maybe it's somewhere, but from Ryatown into Morrisburg, it's not mentioned here. It's a 50, is it not? From Ryatown in, why is it? Do we not have to mention this or change that, or is it currently? We'd have to set that speed limit, would we not? From Ryatown into Morrisburg, going east.
Well, it falls within the built-up area designation as a 50 zone within a town limit.
Oh, so it already falls in there. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
Okay. And I agree, we did have a good discussion, and I'm glad that we will have the speed limit bylaw once we pass this. It's something that, it's a tool that we need in South Dundas to address some issues that we do have out there. I'm not saying we need to address every issue we hear, but if somebody has a very valid concern and it's validated with a speed monitor or something, that maybe we as council or future council could use the speed bylaw to designate that road at a different speed. I've had some discussions with people about dropping speed limits within the villages down to 40, similar to what the town of Prescott has done. I think we need to monitor that situation somewhat and see how it goes. Lakeshore is an issue yet, and I can understand that because it's a boulevard type wide road and it's not conducive to going slow. Not sure if changing the speed limit is going to change it. We may have to use other traffic calming methods to do so, and some of the thoughts that I've been approached with are literally putting 4-way or 3-way stops up, which forces traffic to stop and then re-speed again. I know there's pros and cons to that because some of the vehicles out there today think they actually need a ticket for excessive noise, and I hear it just sitting in my house on Lakeshore. It's amazing how many people have to have noisy vehicles these days, but then again, I did have one when I was younger too. So I think we're going to have to monitor the situation. I think next year, when the streetscape plan goes through, and we will have discussions with county council at that time, and I know this is not really part of the speed bylaw, but 5th Street will become the new thoroughway in Morrisburg, and we may have to think about what we're going to do there. So this is at least a tool in the toolbox we can do something with. So, but keep your ears out, keep your eyes out, see what you think. If 40 is something you want to do in the villages, drive it sometime. If it's, I do it through Prescott. I don't have a challenge through downtown Prescott per se, but going from the east end to when you hit Edward Street is a real challenge to drive 40. It is. There's nothing there to slow you down. There's nothing there. So pros and cons to both. I hate to put signs on every street, but you can certainly, since we only have 4 major entrances into the town, you can easily just put up the sign and be done with it. The only other thing I forgot about is school zones. And we don't sign them. There's nothing here for that either. So something that I will leave Deputy Mayor Gardner's thoughts, because Morrisburg Public would be part of it. Yeah, well, okay. St. Lawrence Street now is a traffic calm street. You can't drive 40 on it without getting your teeth knocked out.
Yep.
But if it was fixed up someday, it'll be 60 instantly. So I'm just making you aware of that. Maybe you can comment on school zones. We don't treat them any different right now.
Well, I'm wondering if there's an issue, maybe Iroquois Public, it may be an issue, because I know in the Morrisburg schools, I mean, St. Mary's is kind of tucked in. It's tight to be you know, and there's I think there's signage, isn't there, like the crossing guard signage? There'd be signage for that, right? So, and around Morrisburg Public, it's the same way. It's quite congested. You can't really go fast. But I'm wondering if Iroquois Public, I could ask some parents and see if there's some issues in the front part of it. I could see where that would be, and where the side part too would probably be an issue as well. I know that there's been some issues with parking because they can no longer park at the church. So I'm wondering if that may be an indicator of, that might be a place that needs definitely the school zone.
Okay.
But I will ask, I don't know.
I would suggest that you do some research with the parent councils and
Okay.
do some observations, and if you think that's something that should be brought to our staff's attention and
I will.
have a research into it, and then we can add it to the speed bylaw, and, or if we have to. But as I said, tools here now, so.
I mean,
Councilor Lewis.
Talking about the Catholic school on Augustus Street, yes, it's tucked in, but there is a lot of young children that do walk to school, and there is some maniacs out there that drive down Augustus Street pretty fast.
Okay.
So it would be nice if you spoke to their committee also on that. I know they had the school crossing sign, but they still cruise down there pretty fast.
Yeah, because usually for that they mark it on the pavement, correct? They don't put signs there.
Yeah, it's signed. If you go to City of Ottawa,
okay.
it's 40K
Yeah.
signs, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure 40K, so. Anyway, nothing I want to change tonight, but something to consider. Yes, Jeff?
We do have signage up that says you're entering a school zone. There's signs up on Ottawa Street in Morrisburg. There's signs up on Augusta Street, and there's signage on Carmen Road as you turn off of Elizabeth Drive, as you turn off of Highway 2, approaching Iroquois Public School. As you go down towards that flashing crosswalk, there is a yellow school sign that's on the side of the road, which identifies the school zone.
Yeah. But they are signs indicating a school, so at least that alerts the drivers to the school, including Seaway, because lots of kids cross that street during lunch hour, I'm assuming yet. So anyway, something to consider, and maybe you can, there's 4 schools to research. You can work with staff, and if you feel it's necessary, if they feel it's necessary, then we can at least have that discussion at council.
All right, Jeff, I'll be in touch.
Okay, nothing else on the speed line? Yes?
Could, maybe Jeff, could we get our, the flashing or speed sign? We have one of those. Can we
Yeah, it's
not-
on Laurier right now.
Is that Laurier? Can we rotate it around through these zones that we have changed, especially in Mariatown? On whatever your basis is over the next week or 2, or how long you leave them there? Yeah, just maybe rotate them through those streets that we have changed the speed limits on.
Sure, yeah, no problem.
Great,
Okay.
thank you, Jeff.
I did have an appreciation from a resident of Laurier Drive that that sign did help speeding along that strip, because that's one of those, it was a rough road, and now it's one of those 60K zones quite easily because of the smoothness of the pavement. So, anything else? Councilor Wells, you still incognito? Hearing nothing, all heard the motion, those in favor, opposed, motion carries. Okay, 2020-123, deeming bylaw 22 Grove Street.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Mellon, that bylaw number 2020-123 being a bylaw to deem lands to no longer be part of a registered plan of subdivision for the purpose of merging, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Nicole?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This bylaw will allow property owner of 2 separate lots to deem them not part of the registered plan of subdivision, so they can be merged into one. Currently, he has a house on one and a garage on the other, and he wishes to merge the 2. I can answer any questions at any time.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns from council on this one? Seeing none, all heard the motion, those in favor, opposed, motion carries. Next one, 2020-124, part lot control, Codwell Drive, Barton.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Mellon, that bylaw number 2020-124, being a bylaw to exempt lands legally described as Lot 189 on Plan 39 in the former geographic village of Iroquois from part lot control be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Nicole?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This bylaw allows one single property with 2 units on it to be severed into 2 separate properties to be sold if they wish as separate ownership. If you have any questions, I can answer them at any time.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns on this? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, 2020-125, part lot control, Meadowbrook, Obey.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Councillor Mellon, that bylaw number 2020-125, being a bylaw to exempt lands legally described as Lot 1 and Lot 28 on Plan 8M1 in the former geographic village of Iroquois from part lot control be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Nicole?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This part lot control bylaw is actually 2 separate lots with 4 units total. So they're separating 2 semis on one property and 2 semis on the other to allow for separate ownership if they wish. I can answer any questions at any time.
Any comments, questions, concerns on this? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, 2020-126, Infrastructure Ontario Loan, Morseburg and Iroquois Water Tower Rehabilitation.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Lewis, that bylaw number 2020-126 being a bylaw to authorize the submission of an application to Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation for the long-term financing of certain capital works of the Corporation of the Municipality of South Dundas, and to authorize the entering into of a rate offer letter agreement pursuant to which the municipality will issue debentures to OILC be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this bylaw is a requirement of Infrastructure Ontario for submitting the loan application for the Morseburg and Iroquois Water Tower Rehab Project. Infrastructure Ontario's legal team has reviewed the bylaw, and the next step in the loan process is council approval of this bylaw. I can answer any questions council has.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns on this? This is what we discussed, our approach on the financing of the water tower rehabilitation project. Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, 2020-127, 2021 water flat rate.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Councillor Mellon, that bylaw number 2020-127, being a bylaw to amend Schedule B to bylaw number 2017-58, to enact rules and regulations to inspect, install, repair, replace, or alter water meters and related appurtenances, including the penalties for offenses, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Sarah?
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. So back in 2019, staff proposed a 2% increase over a 4-year term to the fixed water rate in an effort to help boost reserve balances. This is year 2 of 4, and the rates are provided in the schedule in my report. The increase would come into effect January 1st, 2021, and I can answer any questions council has.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns on this? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Twenty 20-128, court lease.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that bylaw number 2020-128 being a bylaw to extend a lease agreement with the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry for provincial offences offices be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This court lease is a 3-year lease for the Provincial Offences Court at the Morrisburg Justice Building, and the rate per use, it's going to be a 10-day minimum use, is $260.86 for 2020, and it'll increase with the CPI in 2021.
Okay, just for council's information, counties approved that this morning, so. Any comments, questions, concerns on that lease? Yes, Councilor Miller?
Yeah, well, you've it said 10 days, because there's not 10 days mentioned in the agreement. I read it over a couple times, that was one thing. I don't believe the 10-day minimum is mentioned in the agreement. Does that have to be there, or do we have to worry about somebody reneging on their commitment, or?
I don't think the counties are going to renege on it.
Okay, we'll leave it, our county reps will make sure we're, okay.
No, actually, to be honest, when we sit at county council, we defend the
County?
counties. So sometimes you might hear me say one thing there and then come here and have to defend South Dundas, and I think it gets a little messy.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Actually, through you, Mr. Mayor, the 10 days is mentioned in the original lease.
It is in the
agreement.
original?
Yes, from 2014 or whenever the original lease
all
was
right.
passed.
It was mentioned by the county treasurer today, so county
Okay.
council's good.
It's on record somewhere.
Okay, any comment, anything further? Seeing none, all heard the motion, those in favor, opposed, motion carries. (2020-129) Personnel Policy Amendments.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that bylaw number 2020-129 being a bylaw to amend the personnel policy 3-11 be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Shannon?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So before you tonight is a change to our personnel policy in regards to our short-term disability. Back in 2017, employment insurance reduced their waiting period from 2 weeks down to 1 week. Currently, right now, the municipality enjoys a premium reduction in our employment insurance, approximately $9,000 a year in savings. In order to comply with the premium reduction moving forward, effective 2021, we have to kind of go in line with the unemployment insurance when it comes to our waiting period. So currently, right now, as council will recall, is we self-finance our own short-term disability. So if an employee goes off on short-term, they utilize their sick time first before they're paid the 75%. In the previous policy, employees were able to top up using vacation or lieu time to top up to 100% when they're on short-term. So what we're looking at doing in revising our short-term disability under this policy is that if an individual goes off on short-term, there's a waiting period of 5 days, which complies with the EI requirement. Staff can get paid for that waiting period if they have sick time. If they do not have sick time, they are not able to top up using vacation or lieu time, which means they will not get paid. So it kind of works both ways, that we hope that staff are going to utilize their sick time for the purpose that they are, and keep them in case that they have to go off on short term. And then moving forward as well, when they are on the 75% short term, there'll be no top up as far as vacation or lieu time, which will be an incentive for staff to return as quickly as they can once they get healthy. So this is a minor change. I did have a conversation with our employee advisory committee to advise them of this change. They had no issue at the time that I discussed it with them. So if council has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns from council on this?
No, pretty standard.
Okay. Seeing none, all heard the motion, those in favor, opposed, motion carries. Consent agenda, please.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that all items listed under general consent section of the agenda be adopted as presented, save and except for item 9E be moved to discussion items.
Okay, so tonight we have in consent agenda a letter from the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services concerning building a strong foundation for success, reducing poverty in Ontario. A petition from the City of Hamilton concerning gas plants. Petition in City of Hamilton, temporary cap on food delivery service charges. Dufferin County, criteria of assessment of aggregate resource properties. Township Perth South on drainage, no, that's Yeah, Drainage Matters in CN. We will be discussing another one from the Middlesex, Southwest Middlesex in discussion. Outdoor rink update, key information report on fire and emergency services radio and paging system. All heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, council representatives, boards, committees, discussion items, county council. Okay, so county council met this morning. We had a presentation from Tom Manley from the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network. It is a network that was part of SDG at one time, but now is all in Prescott Russell. Mr. Manley's ask was that, and they represent small food producers mainly, and some small entrepreneurs. Their request is funding from SDG in the tune of $25,000. They will be asking money from the City of Cornwall also, and their network of producers to get the core funding to make this network work. Counties will determine that at budget time. Something of interest to South Dundas, CAO requested looking for a consultant to look at improving rural education in SDG, and County Council concurred with that, so we will be out looking for a consultant to help us along with that. We've acquired, look like we will be acquiring a new forest property in South Glengarry, if I believe right. Somebody has donated 75 acres, I believe, of forest, which is good. We usually get requests to buy, but this is a full donation, so yes, we'll have some costs, but it was good to know. It is in the Raisin River Conservation Area, so South Nation couldn't really go after it. They will help us with it, though. It in theory, is a very impressive forest from what I'm hearing and what I've seen. We had a discussion on approving an action request for $50,000 to spend on what is considered the warden's house or the old jail. There's been a proposal to use it as office space. However, to use it as office space, we need to bring it up to standards. There has been a preliminary engineers look at it, and they did notice some deficiencies in trying to make it into an office, so they want to go to the next step. The money is paid for through a COVID reserve, so with no county impact, but we've all heard of Class A, B, C, and D estimates. Well, this is a Z estimate of about 400 grand, so I caution council. I was challenged with it. Yes, it's not costing us money, but we haven't done it as a substance report, and the beams are rotted, and doesn't that sound familiar? And I left it at that. Crack sealing quotation was accepted, and South Dundas is $4,000 part of that. We purchased a new soap plow, and North Dundas was part of that purchase. And Morrisburg Court lease was renewed. We also appointed a new director of corporate services clerk for January 1st of 2021, and that's Kimberly Castleman. Those who remember Kim working here in South Dundas before everybody's time, you were here. Brenda hired her as somebody at the desk, and look where she has gone. So that's ambition taken to the max, and I think she's going to be a real good addition to the county staff. We had a presentation today by our retired EDO, Nick Sagan, giving us an update on the economic development plan, strat plan, and the regional incentive program. I did question whether we're going to replace Nick, and it looks like we may, but I think there's going to be some further discussion on that. County's going ahead with a new county website to make sure it meets accessibility. County budget is in February this year. We didn't want to rush it. We needed to know what was going on with our COVID-related expenses and everything else. Provincial courts have been hit hard on dollars, so and that's something we need to consider. So we'll be meeting after our February meeting on budget. That's basically back to the old days again. Of interest in South Dundas, we had actually 2 intersection safety reviews. The one that's of interest in South Dundas is SDG 1 at SDG 18 Gilmer Road in the hamlet of Glen Stewart. There was concerns by a group of local residents that there was 2 accidents at that intersection this summer. We don't really have police reports because we have a hard time getting them now, but taking that into effect, looking at the geometry of the roads, et cetera, the conclusion was that they're not going to reduce the speed on SDG 1. It is a through road. However, they're going to mark a hidden intersection coming from the one side because you can't. Gilmer Road's the issue because of the house that sits on the northeast corner. So much as there was a suggestion of looking at maybe buying that someday, that was trounced hardly by county council. So they're going to make sure that that sign is visible. They're going to put stop bars down on the pavement there. There is no stop bar currently, and then optical lines to indicate that that stop is coming. And then monitor the situation. They're also going to illuminate the intersection next year. There'll be a light going up, which is, I'm pleasantly surprised because counties are not into the light business, but it seems like there's an appetite for them now because the other intersection is going to be illuminated also. I did throw the suggestion down that the counties be responsible for painting stop bars on all roads, including municipal roads coming to county roads. So the county engineer will bring that to budget because there is a cost implication, and then county council can debate that at that time. The other intersection was SDG 1927, which is Somerstown Road, and 19 comes out of Williamstown and goes toward Cornwall. 2 major accidents there this summer, mainly driver error, but South Glengarry, Township of South Glengarry would like to see some signalized overhead light there, and may develop a partnership with them from what I'm hearing from the warden, but they were talking about putting up enhanced warning signs similar to what's at South Gora Drive and 43, so people know there's a high collision intersection coming ahead. There's lots, sight lines aren't really a big problem, it's just people aren't speeding on 19 because it has curves in it. It's just that there's no inducement for 27 to stop because it's one of those straight through roads. So, and there was an update on the Morrisburg roundabout. So the tenders did go out. Those who picked up the package had lots of questions concerning the design. In fact, they found an issue with the design. The storm sewers weren't designed correctly going east on County Road 2. So they had to go back to the drawing board on that. So they delayed the tender close till tomorrow. It was supposed to be on the 14th, so another week. And then there'll be a process once they open tenders to verify the tenders, and then they will announce that, we'll probably know beforehand, but they will announce and verify and bring those tenders back to county council in January. So I have no idea how many bid on it, but anyway, there's a process there, and I'm glad they found the issues now instead of a change order down the road. And another thing, and this is for especially for Councillor Mellon's uptake. I presented a motion to County Council this morning. It was seconded by Councillor Armstrong that Council of South United Counties, Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry extend the remaining unspent monies from the Project Emily 911 to 2021 to allow the local municipalities to extend their respective programs for 2021. And it passed counties this morning, so it's through. It was rather easy. I had good support, but I think it was the right thing to do. And now it'll be up to us and agricultural groups and landowners to uptake on that. And we closed today by bidding farewell to our longtime clerk of 42 years. She wasn't clerk the whole time, but she was a clerk for many, many years. Helen Thompson. She will be retiring. Her last day is tomorrow, and then she'll burn up some time. And her and Don will ride into the sunset. And as she said, she can have an extra cup of coffee and look after her grandchildren and do all those things she couldn't do. So she really enjoyed her time at counties. I know when I was warden, I really enjoyed her working with her on setting up events and doing things. First-class clerk. Probably knew more than all the others combined, right? Yeah, you looked up to her. And she was firm but fair. You know, there was no getting by her. If something had to be done, it was done right. And we all appreciated that. Every warden appreciated that, and all county council were the benefactors of her being there. No disrespect to Kim. I think Kim's going to be a great clerk. However, you know, and she knows it. She's stepping into somebody that's been there a long time. Counties haven't had that many clerks when you look back into the records. I know that for a fact. So it's a good thing. So we all wished her well, and hopefully, well, there's no hope. I know that the counties that were served well with Helen will be served well with Kimberly going down the road. Any comments, questions, concerns on county council? Okay, well, thank you very much. It was 3.5 hours, but we did get lunch today, so that was our farewell lunch to Helen. So anyway. Okay, moving on. Councillor Wells, I think, is still there but not there, so he usually doesn't have a cemetery board meeting. No Iroquois District Business Group meeting, Morsford BAA.
We met with Shannon and I, and Sarah met with the BIA last Wednesday night. We had a little discussion on what was going to happen in 2021, and we should have a report on that the first council meeting in January.
Thank you. South Nation Conservation Authority.
Yeah, we had a meeting, I guess, last Thursday, December 17th. I guess I'm going to highlight the PowerPoint presentation I had mentioned here before. They were going to try and get to 200,000 trees for the 2021 planting, and they're over that now, around 207,000. You can still place your orders, over-the-counter orders for the small, somebody's looking for 40 or 25 or 50 into January, February until stock lasts. We approved the SD&G had a 5-year operating plan from 2017 to 21, and of that 90% is complete, 2 pending harvesters and harvest and 1 pending tender. So they'll be going out with a new plan in 2021, and we approved that for the 2022 to 2026 harvest plan, a 5-year harvest plan. I mentioned on the Holbert Road there was a tree. They cut some trees out there, they're thinning on a South Nation property on Holbert Road, and the ditch, they filled the road ditch in, I guess you will, with, they put a temporary culvert in, which they went through the process for, but it wasn't wide enough, and they filled it in with logs to make it big enough for the trucks to get in and out, and I questioned when that was going to be brought out, and I'm happy to say they were doing it today, so they're going to rehabilitate the road ditch back. I had some concerns if they didn't get it done this year now, it would be an issue come spring. The there's going to be some of the parks open. I had said before that the only 2 creeks, but Robert Graham will be open this winter too. It'll be groomed and 2 creeks. And there's some, I think, activities. I think we're going to be, South Dundas is partnering with them on some snowshoe and cross-country skiing, a proposal in the 2 creeks. So hopefully that works well. We had on a natural heritage system, there's going to be an SDNG. That report, I guess, is coming out for comments and review. And it'll be coming out in the new year. And I asked to make sure that, it was it was going to be in 12 newspapers, and it's been sent out to a list of stakeholders, county and municipalities, OFA organizations, whatnot. And hopefully, I asked to make sure to reach out to make sure it's on the municipality website and the county website to make sure that it's well advertised, that people can review it and make comments on it. It will be a virtual type comment thing on that natural heritage system. So that's coming out in 2021. They had a little bit of a PowerPoint presentation, and protecting people and property. They were assisted with with Dutch Metals. There was some issues there, and they worked with the group, and they met them on the ground and got everything straightened out with the developer. And apparently, the developer was very happy that how it went. So that was sort of highlighted on the board. I don't know if that's too
Being a little cynical now. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, okay. Angela, the general manager, she gave a short, well, it wasn't too short, but an update on Bill 229 and Section 6 in there. Apparently, last week, the government came out with some changes. I don't know if you want to call them changes. They have a working group or a consultation committee formed to take feedback and whatnot, and hopefully, that'll maybe work their way through some of the issues. There was quite a bit of discussion, and it seems to be the feeling of the board at South Nation, and I think at other conservation authorities, that the board of directors should be appointed by the council, and doesn't necessarily have to be a member of council. That seems to be the opinion at South Nation, and it seems to be at other municipalities too. So if a municipality or a town or city wanted to appoint somebody without being an elected member, they feel that should be up to that municipality. That's up for debate. It has its pros and cons, that's for sure on that. But anyways, and the ag representative, which would be appointed by the minister, there was some concern about that, some discussion about that, because who that person would actually report to. And from what I was getting from the presentation, that the ag would be, and I think this is still a work in progress, would be almost an advisory committee, almost advisory capacity maybe. And as I understood it, wouldn't be able to vote on, and this is sort of preliminary discussion on maybe everything in a conservation authority, which they seem to be changing this, and it seems to be quite a fluid bill, and it's not done yet. So there's a lot, and one other change, I guess it has been approved, is the change from where a board member would be from a municipality would be, I guess, accountable to the municipality. They've changed that back somewhat now, so that it's the way it is now. It's supposed to be, which is a director is, accountable to the board, I guess, if you will, instead of coming back to the municipality. So.
Something like me at county council.
Yeah, I thought of that when you mentioned that, Mayor Byfield. Yeah, it's sort of it's a hard tight rope to walk sometimes, because you're supposed to be sitting there as a representative of South Dundas or whatever municipality, but then you're supposed to be there sitting as the board of director for Conservation Authority and making a decision for the overall. But anyway, there's still an ongoing discussion about the appeal process that the ministry can have on permits and approvals and stuff. There seems to be quite a bit of concern about, they might be taking it away from, and I gotta admit, I sort of think that way too, that, they're taking it away from the local conservation authorities or what have the background information and whatnot, and they're gonna be making a decision in Toronto. And that can be a little bit, a little bit scary. It all depends on how it's handled. So, yeah, so there's still some some discussion on that. So that it's not 100%. I asked about the core mandate and the agreements, and it sort of still stands the way the 4 core mandate programs are, which is water, conservation authority lands, and flooding. I forget what the other.
Source water protection,
Climate change? No.
no. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was well, they still have authority over development. The minister can override them.
Yeah.
For their own lands, source water protection, there was one other. It's
Yeah,
not
source
forest,
water.
so.
Yeah. So those 4 areas, and I asked if there was more clarification in there, but there hasn't been. I think they're going to be the government may give conservation authorities a little bit more time than the end of this year to come up with agreements with municipalities or their partners on programming, because I think it was supposed to be done by the end of 2021. I mean, not this year, end of 2021. Those agreements were supposed to be in place. There is a possibility that they would be extending that timeline or giving them some ability to work, within those those agreements into place. So there was a fair bit of discussion on those things. It seems to be taking up most of the time, and it's a major impact on conservation authorities and how things are being run there. But anyways. We did approve snowmobile trails through South Nation lands. It does affect us here a little bit in South Dundas. I believe there's some trails that run through South Nation lands. The National Disaster Mitigation funding, they applied for, I think it was 5 different funding envelopes under that program, and one would be the LIDAR program, and I believe the SD&G, the counties have already approved. Or
No.
They haven't approved?
They have not approved that.
Well, see, they sort of told us that the counties had approved it.
It might have been put into the county budget, but it hasn't been rubber stamped yet.
Okay, well, yeah.
There has nothing been to county council concerning that partnership.
I was going to ask you when you're doing the county council, because I've never heard the counties approving this, but it's in their county budget.
I don't know if it is, but nothing has come across county desk yet.
So North Dundas apparently, so their report said, has sort of, endorsed it. Maybe they've not approved it yet because they haven't done their budget either, but they'll be going around the different municipalities. I'm sure they're going to maybe have already touched base with us already, Shannon.
So they did send Shannon a letter, and they expected approval in 2 days, and there was no council meeting in between. So you know what we did with that. We just said, sorry, you can't do that. That's pulling a fast one, and if they want to come, they need to do a better way of ask, because that was right after when we had the presentation, and it wasn't as fulfilling as it needed to be either, so.
And one thing I did ask them, I said, now what happens if there's a municipality, let's say an SD&G that doesn't want to take part? I said, have you got a secondary plan? How are you going to, address that? So, and they said, well, I guess, they would do less work, or, if they don't get all the funding that they're looking, because that program, I think, is almost, it was $1 million, and 50% of that can be funded from the National Disaster Mitigation Program. So they're looking for the counties and 6 municipalities, so as partners and through funding, I guess. So I think they get a little bit ahead of themselves sometimes on these funding. I'll give South Nation credit. They do go after a lot of funding opportunities, and then they're very successful as a conservation authority, So that's a good thing, but sometimes, it's maybe a little bit too ambitious, but so they will be coming to us. I'm assuming there will be something in our budget and probably in county budget on that. So I don't know what the breakdown is from the county or our perspective is, but yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so They did have just
a general conversation with the CAOs about a month ago, kind of looking at just showing what the project was all about, what their temporary ask was from each municipality. I believe ours was about $13,000 or $14,000, I think is what our share was. But I did talk to Sandra and ask her in the new year in January is to make a presentation to council on what the project's all about, as well as what the request will be from council. And then if council can direct staff, whether A, to put in the budget, or B, forget about it. So that's going to be coming in the new year for council. So I think South Nation can explain it best as far as what the project's all about, rather than staff here. We don't have we know what the project generally is about, but we want more in depth as far as what the application pertained to and all that stuff. So.
And I think that's a good idea, Shannon, because we had it done for the St. Lawrence River, which I think was a very worthwhile project. There were a lot of partners involved in that, and parks, and but like on this project, of course, they'll be going back. I'm taking, I guess, in the South Branch and maybe the Hosick, and I don't know what floodplain area they're going to be looking at, or
You'll have to move.
Yeah. So.
Well, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, I know. So I'm not exactly sure what the area. Like it was a very rough, area that they'd be looking at as encompassing.
So they provided us with a presentation whenever they presented it to us a number of weeks ago. I'd like them to bring that presentation to council and to present that and show the scope of work and where they're getting their costs from, and then look for a request from them.
Yeah. Okay, that'd be good. Thank you.
Sounds like a great work project.
Yeah, other than that, I don't think January 21st is our next meeting.
Okay.
I won't be there too either, but anyways.
No. Well, that would be unfortunate. You do a very good job at representing SDG, South Dundas in that. It sounds like the conservation authorities are going to have a hard time swallowing Schedule 6 of Bill 229. It did get some changes, you're right. They will allow non-council members to be on the board, but only to a certain percentage.
Yeah,
I think if I remember right.
70%.
And they softened, up a few things, but the major thrust of it is still the core mandate and the requirement to deal with non-mandatory programs. So you can just tell them that the best thing to do is just get things done instead of dragging, because it is what it is. But they do, in that committee, they do have I think it's a chair of the Halton Regional Conservation Authority in there. So that means there's at least, they do have some say. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
Any questions? Morris River Waterfront Committee?
Nope.
Iroquois didn't have one either. South Branch?
They're trying to set up a committee Zoom meeting now. I haven't heard back of any dates yet. They sent that out today, but I haven't heard back what dates for the meeting.
Still waiting to hear back from two members of the South Branch in regards to a meeting with Eric Duncan in regards to the bench.
Yeah.
Okay, Carmen House?
No.
Dundas County Archives, no. Tourism Advisory Committee?
Nope.
Economic Development?
Nope.
Doctor Advisory?
Nope.
Okay. Well, it's that time of year. Meetings kind of go off they're really going to go off now. Okay, key information report, temporary signs and update to bylaw number 2015-31. So, Nicole?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before I present, I would like to ask Council to pass a resolution with respect to the temporary signs and permissions. So during the November 18th Committee of the Whole, Council and staff discussed temporary signs, and it was decided that the temporary sign permissions would be removed from the municipal properties in front of both plazas, Morrisburg and Iroquois. After that meeting, there was an article posted in the Morrisburg Leader entitled Final Days for Temporary Signs. So in response to that article, staff have received a signed petition and letter to the editor. I've included that letter and petition as an attachment, and my original sign bylaw tweaks with respect to large signs requiring building permits. So we're just looking for staff direction from council as to how we proceed in amending our current bylaw. Can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, so we did receive that petition, and I do have a resolution here to receive the petition.
So moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Councillor Lewis, that the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas accept the petition regarding the removal of temporary signs at the Mooresburg and Iroquois shopping plazas.
So within the council package, you see the petition and those who have signed it. Receiving it doesn't mean we accept their premise, but at least we have taken into account what they say, and we can still accept their premise, but it's not it doesn't guarantee that we accept their premise. So any discussion on it, on the petition itself?
On accepting it?
Yes.
I'm okay.
Yep, okay.
I think Lloyd's not quite there. Okay, so we've all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so I think from what I remember of that discussion, council's premise was to remove the temporary permanent signs in front of the plazas. We weren't directing staff, I believe, to take away the A-frame type signs that are in the plazas that people use to direct traffic in. Is that correct? Is that what your understanding is too, Nicole?
That's correct. So it wouldn't apply to the A-frames that are located in the plaza itself. It's only on the grassy portion in front of the plazas.
Okay, so let's go around the table again and either confirm or change our mind on that. At that time, the direction was to take the temporary permanents down.
I was focused on the big temporary event signs, if you will. I do understand in some discussion that I had with some shop owners in Mooresburg, some of them didn't even understand the petition. They just signed it because they thought we were going after the sandwich signs. So there seems to be some confusion, but I have no issue with the sandwich boards.
Okay.
I have no issues with the sandwich boards to start with. It's the ones that are out in the green belt between the shopping centers. Well, I guess it's the East End Shopping Center. Those 4x8 signs, we'll say. They're the ones that I was talking about. Sandwich boards or A-frame boards, whatever they call them in the mall. They're not hurting nothing.
Okay, Councilor Mellon?
No, I really haven't, changed my mind, the little sandwich boards, A-frame, whatever, where they're located, it's fine, it's those, the bigger ones. I think people maybe better realize, once that streetscape gets done, it's not gonna look right,
Well, the exemptions to it, the A-frames and sandwich boards aren't an exemption, so we're not changing that.
No, and we did we not have discussion about the fact that we would allow for events? So if there was a need for those temporary signs and they were to be used the way that they're supposed to be utilized for an event at the mall, that was permissible? I do believe we had that discussion.
Yes, we did. So for events and business openings,
Yep.
on a short-term basis, we felt that was permissible. Is that your recollection of it too, Nicole?
Yes, that's correct. So in changing the bylaw, it would include temporary permissions for the signs as discussed for new businesses or one-time events, stuff like that. And the A-frames have always been exempt from our sign bylaw. It's just moving forward. I just wanted to clarify if council wanted to reconsider based on that article and the petition, or if we move forward updating the sign bylaw to remove those petitions on the grassed portion.
Okay, I think council's direction is to continue on. Is there anything else, any other changes that you feel you need to bring to council's attention in the current bylaw that that you have changed? We see all the red highlights, but is there anything specific?
It will just be with respect to the temporary sign use. So we'll define the definition, I guess, a little bit better, and when those signs are permitted. So it'd be restricted on probably one sign per grassed portion. That's really what the distance is between the signs. And they would have to apply for that approval before putting the sign up.
Okay, council concur with that. Any issues, concerns, comments? Okay. Anything else?
Those are the only proposed updates to the sign bylaw.
Okay, so council's confirmed what they already had said, and you can go ahead and bring that new updated bylaw to council in January, please.
Thank you.
Okay, next one's key information report on composting facilities in South Dundas. Danielle?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So in front of you this evening is a report about the composting facilities in South Dundas. So there are currently 2 composting facilities in South Dundas. Both are currently not operating under an approved environmental compliance approval. And this is required under the Ministry of Environment's Regulation 101/94. So this has been brought to council's attention a few times, with mainly the issue that if we continue to operate these facilities, we could face fines from $250,000 to $500,000. So council has made the decision at a previous meeting to close the Morrisburg facility and reevaluate options. So this report that I'm bringing tonight looks at those options a little bit further. So if you turn to page 144, you'll see that staff have broken down all of the options that council has with regards to composting facilities in South Dundas. We did have a meeting with the Ministry of Environment to discuss options for transfer facilities, and staff do feel that it is an option. There are some costs associated with making those facilities approved by the province, so things like setbacks, we'd have to do some land clearing, and we'd also have to register them on the Environmental Services Registry. So there are a few items there. So staff tried to break down the costs associated with operation in 2021, as well as the annual operating cost in years to come. If you turn to page, I believe it in your package, it's 146, staff also included what that would mean for the tax levy in 2021. So we tried to show how much money it would cost the municipality to operate either a composting facility just at Matilda, a composting facility in Iroquois, a composting facility in Morrisburg, operate both Morrisburg and Iroquois. And then also we did provide some information to council as to curbside collection. Should they wish to do that, we did go back to the contractor and got a little bit more information on a weekly cost. So the contractor did explain that they would be willing to do curbside collection in urban areas for $15,000 a week. So we've also provided that information in this report to council. I understand that there's quite a bit of information in this report, so I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Mayor Gardner, start.
Okay, so if we did the curbside collection, and I mean, we've had various discussions. I do use those compost sites, and I've been thinking of ways that I would change my behavior as far as not dropping the brown bags off and not having them picked up. We have landfill issues in South Dundas, and one of the things that I came up with is, I mean, if I buy a plastic bag for $1.50 and stick leaves and stick it out at the curb, it will get picked up. And my concern with that is that's still using up landfill space, so that's not being very environmental. So I'm just, if I can come up with that, I'm not that creative. I can just imagine that that may be something that other people come up with. So I had a couple of questions. Can we transport, if we did the curbside pickup, are there neighboring municipalities that would be able to accept the brown bag collection without, for a fee, obviously, without us having to go through all the rigmarole of the $250,000?
So there are many neighboring municipalities that operate composting facilities, so we could reach out to them. Most of the time, composting facilities are limited to waste within their boundary region. And if they wanted to take waste outside of their boundary region, they would have to apply for an amendment to their ECA, which would then send them down the same process as we're currently going through. There is a private facility located in North Stormont. It's operated by GFL. They do accept curbside brown bag or yard waste, and they also accept green bin waste. So we could consider them as an option. I do believe the last time I checked, they're taking waste for $60 a ton. So there would be a considerable increase out because we would not only be paying for collection, but we would be paying for the composting of that material.
Okay. I just, I know I am somewhat alone around this table on this, but I've always had one service or the other. I've either had a compost site or I've had something picked up at the curb. So that would be an interesting discussion. I also wonder why, when we're doing the curbside collection, why we're looking at 4 times for spring and 4 times for fall. In my mind, it'd be a once pickup in the spring and a once pickup in fall, which would make it $30,000 instead of the other. I'm just wondering what your thought process is, if there's some background as to why you would do 4 automatically, or like what was your thinking?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we can certainly do 1 week or 1 day in the spring and 1 day in the fall. I was just basing it on what other municipalities do in the surrounding area. South Stormont offers a few weeks in the spring and a few weeks in the fall. Just for reference, I was just using those municipalities, but if we want to do 1 day in the spring and 1 day in the fall, then we can certainly do that. The contractor is open to those suggestions. They didn't seem to say either way if they would only do 4 weeks, so they'd be willing to just do 1 week. It's whatever council would like to do. We can change that collection.
Pick the right dates, as long as it's not too early in the spring and too early in the fall, then most people will just put the brown bag. The other question I had, sorry, Mr. Mayor, was about whenever you did the breakout of the budgeting for the bins that would go on the truck. Is there, and this is me showing my unknowledge of the situation, are there used bins? Like, do we have to go top of the line Cadillac brand new bins for this scenario, or is there a market where we could lower that cost if we decide to do the transfer type station?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the reason why the costs for these bins are so expensive is because of the type of truck that we purchased earlier this year. So a normal roll-off container bin would only be $5,000 to $6,000. However, because we are co-sharing the truck with Public Works for salting, our bin system has to be just a little bit different than a normal roll-off truck. So that's why you're seeing that expense there. To purchase used would be difficult to find, just because those bins are a little bit unique because of the truck system on them. I'm not sure if Jeff wants to speak to that, but that is why they are a little bit more expensive and they would be more difficult to find.
Okay, that I didn't know.
Certainly look, but
I didn't know about the uniqueness of the bins. So those are my questions for now. Just some considerations. I'd really like to see some sort of solution for this that involves some sort of formal composting program.
Councillor Lewis.
This is a very hot subject out on the street. I don't believe that we need 4 pickups in the spring and 4 in the fall. I wish you would go out, Danielle, and see if there's any way that we could get secondhand bins, because that's a lot of money, for a bin. I think we got to come up with something. I just don't know what we got to come up with. But I kind of agree with Deputy Mayor Gardner on 1 week in the spring and 1 week in the fall. I'd most likely even settle for 2 in the spring and 2 in the fall. But that's where I'll leave it for now. Thank you.
Councilor Mellon.
Yeah, well, if, as far as the cost at Matilda to get us a compost site, correct me if I'm wrong, Danielle, you'd be about $102,000, right? To get a compost site back in Matilda.
That's right.
So-
So it'd be 102,000 for
Yeah.
the amendment and all the capital work.
Yeah, and then operating costs. I think people got to get their head around the fact that we're not going to offer, as far as I'm concerned, a free compost site. If you want to take your compost to Matilda, fine dandy. Take her there, you put her on any way you want to get her there. But if you want her picked up at your doorstep, either by a truck or by a depot, it's a user pay system, and I don't see any dollar figures in here, or if you work them in, because let's face it, it's going to be $1. It's going to, as far as I'm concerned, it's a user pay system. If you want it picked up, it's a user pay system. People got to get their heads around it, that they can't jump in their car, drive over to the Morrisburg in 2 minutes, and throw their lard waste off and come home. If you want the convenience and the luxury of having a yard waste pickup, either curbside or us doing a depot, it's a user pay system. So whether we do 2 in the spring, 2 in the fall with a depot, or 2 in the spring, 2 in the fall with a curbside pickup, and I don't know, do we need, you got down here, I believe, Danielle, basically you'd be looking at 3 containers, right? Do we really need 3 containers? And you got, like, if we did 2 containers and did Iroquois and Morrisburg, split it between them, and it's a cost. Basically, we're going to have to charge enough to get cost recovery. So if we had 2 containers, we do it every other week, 2 weeks, or a week in Iroquois, and then a week in Morrisburg, and then do it twice in the spring, twice in the fall. If they want to do the depot thing, we're going to have, there's going to be a cost there, about $1,200 to get that EASR application. Site preparation and clearing, we'd have to go to our existing compost site and clear more land, is that right? Clear more bigger areas?
Yeah, so both sites that are currently in operation do not meet setback requirements, so the ministry will not allow us to operate a composting facility there unless we push the site back further into those areas. So, for example, the composting site in Iroquois is too close to the road and too close to the neighboring property. It doesn't meet the setback requirements, so we would need to clear more land, and then we would submit to the ministry to ensure that it meets the standard. But we could not operate a composting facility there. We can only operate a transfer station there. And with regards to your point of the bins, if we were to purchase 3 bins and use 3 in Morrisburg and 3 in Iroquois, we would just have to make sure they're changed out every 4 days. It's a requirement of that transfer station. So that's why I suggested, depending on what council wants to do, we might need bins because it might fill up just based on how much Morrisburg and Iroquois have been used in the past.
I have no idea how much, if they're going to take large, and I don't think this is the idea. If you have a tree, you got to cut it down, you take it there, you want to compost that, that's a totally different ballgame as far as I'm concerned. So, and that's part of what's been going on in Morrisburg, I think, too much large stuff. So it's a user pay system. I would entertain either 2 weeks in the spring, 2 weeks in the fall. We'd alternate back and forth between Iroquois and Morrisburg. I don't like the idea that us using up our industrial space land down there, because it isn't going to be big enough in Morrisburg, and I don't know where else we would go. Maybe Iroquois could be made to work, but in Morrisburg, we don't have any other locations really, do we? Other than the current location, and then we gotta fence it, we gotta lock it, because otherwise it's just gonna get abused. So it'd have to be all fenced off and it'd have to be locked, so, in the long run, probably a curbside pickup twice in the spring, twice in the fall, and it's a user pay system. You buy your bag, you put it out, and if you don't want to buy your bag, then we don't have to, let's not worry about it. To me, we're not going to do this for free. I would go so far as to set Matilda up, I guess if you will, from the tax base. But other than that, no. Everything else is a user pay system.
Okay. I have a question. CAO or treasurer can answer the question. Can you special rate areas for this, i.e. like a fee attached to tax bills in the villages of Morrisburg and Iroquois to pay for these composting sites?
I can let the treasurer ask or answer. If not, I can.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm not too sure what the answer would be, so Shannon, if you could help me out, that'd be great.
I'm pretty confident that we can. We did that back in 2008 where we did a special area rate for water and wastewater. So something we can, if council wants to go down that road, we can definitely look into it. I don't see why not. We can add a special rate to the tax bills.
Okay, I know the city of Ottawa does charge a separate garbage levy to everybody.
Correct.
I'm not sure if it's to everybody, because they have rural and urban rates that are different too, so.
Yeah.
Not really wanting to go down those roads, but, I kind of agree with Councillor Mellon. Like, I know that I've had people call me and lots of people want a compost site. And you say, well, taxes are going up 3% for compost site, and there's a lot of, because it's that much money first year. Yeah, it'll reduce after that, but it's a big capital investment. Is there any other municipality in SDG that spends this kind of money on composting? I don't know of any. So I'm not saying we have to be unique. We got into a system that people have gotten extremely used to. But I don't, I'm still liking the depot facilities, but they're still expensive and they're not cheap. And, I don't have a big problem, as Councillor Mellon says, we'll set up the composting site in Matilda because we have the site. It's the right place for it. But somehow we have to get the people to bring their stuff there. We're getting pushback. People don't want to drive to our landfill site. And fair enough, but if you don't want to drive to the site, then somebody's got to pay for it. And I don't believe the entire tax base of South Dundas should pay for delivery of compost from the villages or from others that don't have a place to put them. Because there's far too many people in South Dundas that have a place to put them and have zero benefit from them. And I know we can go down the road and I don't have kids in school, I don't have to pay taxes, and I don't drive down that road. But this is unique. This is a little, garbage is costing us a lot of money, and we're piling more on and piling more on, piling more on. And we said we'd fix the problem, but we can't spend ourselves out of this problem. We're doing it. We're trying, but I don't know where we're going to go next year if we put this in the budget. I guess we're going to do no more roads and stuff like that. So I'm in a quandary. I can't see myself spending this kind of money, but I know that people want what they want. Some are willing to pay for it. So how do we come up with a system that we can use? People have what they want, but they also pay for what they want. And if they don't want to pay for what they want, they can drive back to the waste site and deal with it themselves.
Well, It's interesting with compost. Danielle, correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole compost conversation that started decades and decades ago was actually a diversion program. It was because people were throwing garbage bags of yard waste into the landfill. So everyone jumped on the composting bandwagon to try and divert leaves, etc., out of the landfill site, because when they're encased in plastic, they don't degrade, right? They just kind of sit there. So I don't know if it's, when we first started this conversation about landfills, I really thought that the education component should be streamlined along it. So I don't know what similar municipalities that did an aggressive education program on backyard composting, that type of thing, if they were able to divert more away. In this case, we'd be diverting it from an illegal compost site to having people use it. So I don't know if that should be part of the conversation. I felt that the education component definitely had to be part of the landfill conversation. I don't know if we've actually done that part of it yet, obviously with the pandemic and stuff. But, you know, for me, the composting it's diversion. So we're paying to keep that stuff out of the landfill site. That will shorten the usage. And just based on the visualization, if you look at what we have, say we did nothing compost wise and people just dealt with it however, if you look at the amount of just volume that was at those compost sites, if that was turned into garbage that was just going into our landfill site, that's impacting the lifespan of that landfill site. So, I mean, I know it's easy to just, you know, spoiled people, they've, you know, gotten used to this, but environmentally, the whole conversation around compost started as a diversion conversation.
And we have been diverting.
Yeah, and now we're not.
But how do we go from what we are doing? And I think there is a plan to divert to the landfill site, because we've gotten 2 sites in Mooresbury and Iroquois, and I will admit I actually went and looked at the Iroquois site on I don't think Saturday or whenever, and it's very well organized. Like the leaves and bags are over here, and the brush is in one pile on its own. Like, it's neat. It's been well run. I'll tell you one thing: that if somebody wants to put anything in it right now, it doesn't take much of an effort to do it, because you just got to walk through the stones and throw it on. But it seems like the people of Iroquois, and I will give them a lot of credit, and I know it's been manned somewhat, they have respected their site and done a good job. The people that have been used the site in Mooresburg, anywhere they can find a place to back up, and off she goes, and then we end up having to send people there to make the pile for us. So I know that it's a challenge. I know that. So how do we get to where we are without breaking the bank?
Well, at the very least, is the provincial government aware that when they do stuff like this, that's a little bit of a stretch for something like compost, the expense? Most people, and you're right, Mr. Mayor, when you mention the expense of a compost site, they go, what? Why is it so expensive? Is you know, if we're trying to do this around the landfill, around the recycling, that thing, maybe the composting portion of dealing with waste needs to be looked at provincially, and they need to maybe, I'm not saying it should be a free-for-all, but maybe it needs to be like, if we want to have a transfer station where we collect just brown bags, we should be allowed to do that without it being through the roof. You know, that type of thing. I think maybe the province needs to be alerted to the fact that here the municipalities are trying to do it, but they're tying our hands, and our residents, i.e. voters, want that option, and they don't want it to cost an arm and a leg to put some maple leaves in a bag and just drop it off somewhere.
I did read the regs that were associated with the whatever reg number that Danielle put in here. It says that municipalities under 50,000, I believe it is, must have a composting plan. It's not a shall, or not a may, shall. So yes.
Just to follow up on the previous
question before, under Municipal Act Section 326 does allow us to add a special area rate. It basically indicates that it designates the area of a municipality in which the residents and property owners receive or will receive an additional benefit from the special service that is not received or will not be received in other areas of the municipality. So we do have that ability if council chooses to go down that road.
Okay. It's a tricky place to go, I will admit to
wanna go
that.
that
It's tricky. I still think we need to do the Matilda site and come up with a plan to get as much compost out of Morrisburg and Iroquois there as economic as possible. That's the way I look at it. And if we need to charge those who use the site, whatever, then at least get some money back. I suspect we won't get it all back, but, you know, the demand is there, so how do we fulfill the demand without breaking the bank? That's the way I would look at it. I think we can't have 2 sites that don't make any sense, or 3 sites I don't think make any sense. So how do we get to the point that we can have 1 site, we have a waste site, deal with it there, get it from Morrisburg, Iroquois, wherever people can need to drive to, and then we get it there. Either we have somebody pick it up for us, and to be honest, $15,000 a week's a lot of money. Sounds like I need to go buy a truck, but I mean, you know, maybe we need to put it out and let someone else have an opportunity to pick it up, because that seems expensive.
Could we do that? Like tender it out for just leaf pickup?
So,
Danielle,
So
the
is
question's asked, can we put out for tender just a leaf pickup? Or is our tender encompassing that all waste must be picked up through the contractor?
no, so through you, Mr. Mayor, the tender that we issued for curbside collection was an RFP, and leaf and yard waste was provisional in that tender. So we do not need to award the leaf and yard waste collection to this contractor. We can go out for public tender and see if we can get a better price.
Well, I don't know. In your professional opinion, does it seem like a number that's reasonable, or high or low?
So in my previous experience, the $15,000 a week is pretty standard, especially given the geographic area of South Dundas. I know we're just doing the urban centers, but you have to remember that DZ licensed drivers are hard to find these days, and it is expensive to employ them, plus the truck and the gas, and depending where we send it. When I was working for the city, it's pretty comparable to what the city pays per week.
Go ahead.
For me, around this thing, we need to dig a little deeper. I'll give you an example. So you mentioned the city of Cornwall. They just put a post on social media today that they found, I can't remember what their term was, but they found someone to collect gift wrap, and we'll take it, because gift wrap, like Christmas wrap, Christmas paper, is not recyclable. So they actually put it on their thing that they found somebody. You just have to put it at your curb in a clear garbage bag, and they will pick it up. So to your question, I know that's a city, but other municipalities, whatever, are coming up with creative and gift wrap. Like, that's going to be costing them. There's no return on, gift wrap, and they're adding that to it. They've also added the collection. They now accept plastic bags in their recycling. So, I mean, we're talking about archaic composting that most municipalities have gotten right decades ago. And now there's other like I said, gift wrap. I couldn't believe that, because I know in my house I could probably put a big bag out and have it collected, because it's non-recyclable. So there's got to be some creativity for this, and they found a provider that will take it away.
Okay. Anything further, Councilor Lewis?
No.
Councilor Mellon?
No, let's try and find something that, like, I agree with what you're saying.
Okay, so here's my suggestion, because this I don't think we can make a decision tonight on
No.
this. If you can do a bit more research, I know you've done a lot. I'm not just saying there's not enough here, and maybe this is it. Let's sit on it till the new year. Put it a little earlier in the agenda of the meeting. Hopefully we're not as tired, because Deputy Mayor and myself have been at meetings all day. No disrespect to staff that have been working all day either. But this is one that, needs some serious mulling over, and see if we can come up with a solution. I think I still believe that having a site in Matilda and coming up with a solution to getting the stuff from Morrisburg and Iroquois, maybe Williamsburg, Princeton, I'm going to say they can probably drive to Matilda. I'm sure if I told them they were going to get charged $1 a bag, they'll be huffing her there pretty fast. But the complaints are Morrisburg, Iroquois. They got used to what they got, rightly so. And how do we help them deal with what they have? I don't think we're going to have a 24/7 site or a 24/7 availability. I think we're going to have to come up with a seasonal solution, because why would you have something now? Do some more research on our part from people and anything else, and see where we go. I wish we could make a decision today, and I hate not to, but I'm not prepared to do it and be comfortable with it. So, yes.
As part of the exercise, do you want us to look at a special area rate as far as composting, or do you want us to leave that off the table for now?
Better leave that off the
Okay.
table for
Okay.
now. I think it's going to be more. I think we'll end up being more specific if we're going to go down that
Okay,
road.
all right.
but,
Just want to make sure we had everything captured for council, that's all.
Yeah. So, is that okay with council?
Yep.
Thanks, Danielle, so far. We're not trying to delay it. It is a challenging situation for us as council. Okay. Next one, draft sidewalk use bylaw and sidewalk requests. Jeff, are you running this one?
I can. Ethan has, he's been helping out also, but I guess I can take the lead on this.
Okay, so this is something new, so explain it to council what you'd like to do and why, and then we'll go from there.
So in front of you is a draft bylaw to authorize the closure of specified sidewalks within the municipality of South Dundas on a seasonal basis. The reason we do this, or brought this forward, is it allows us to show via bylaw which sidewalks that we presently maintain as far as snow clearing, and which ones would be identified as being closed. You'll see under OREG 23902, when it comes to sidewalks, that sidewalks are treated just about as equally as a roadway is right now when it comes to maintenance under the minimum maintenance standards. So by going down this road, and excuse the pun, I think we're helping ourselves that if any litigation were to happen, that we already have it identified as to what sidewalks we maintain from November 1st to April 1st as we deem to be opened. And if they are not identified on Schedule A, then they would be deemed as closed for that duration of period. Attached also is Schedule B, which is a map of Iroquois. Those are the sidewalks that we presently plow, identified in red. Schedule C is the same for the village of Morrisburg. Schedule D is the village of Williamsburg, what we presently plow for sidewalk maintenance. I can answer any questions when it comes to that, and then, or would you like me to address the two correspondence letters presently in front of you?
No, we'll just do that one first, and then we'll deal with the correspondence letters, because they are kind of a separate matter.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
I'm willing to answer any questions, or I can maybe clarify it more based on the questions that I receive.
Okay, so your theory is that if we don't maintain the sidewalk in the winter, we'll shut it down by bylaw, and then in theory be just like a road, and it's deemed in condition, and if you fall on it, it is your fault.
That is correct. Our neighboring municipality to the east, South Stormont, they passed the same bylaw. This is becoming more of a common occurrence.
Okay, Mayor Gardner.
So the sidewalks that we do have traditionally maintained, none of that has changed, right? We're just legally identifying what we do and what we don't do? That's the gist of it?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm good
That's
with it.
correct, yes.
Councilor
No,
Lewis.
I'm good with this, yeah, because we're still maintaining the sidewalks that we have for X number of years. We're not taking any of them out of the scope. So yeah, no, it looks good to me.
Yeah, I would think it's going to be a stretch for us if we get sued because somebody tripped on a sidewalk, we've said we're closed in an icy condition in November, I guess this helps. That's all I'm getting at. I just don't see how, with litigation the way it is and joint and several, liability issue, I'm hoping it would help if we do, but I got a question right now that I just wonder how effective this will be. But maybe staff would want to, in other areas, has this been tested as far in court?
I can't, through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that question because I'm not aware of any lawsuits which have happened via sidewalks. Maybe Ethan can jump in and help me out with this. But this bylaw is not uncommon, and I'm not making this bylaw up. It's the same as what we do with our gravel roads that we don't maintain. We place signs that say no winter maintenance. We're going down the same road with the sidewalks. We're just making it official on which ones we plow and which ones we don't plow.
So,
But if you can jump in maybe with the other question.
Okay, I got two hands up.
Yeah.
Which way do I go first? This one?
So I did check with the insurance.
Yes, I knew that. I was going to ask you anyway, but
So what they've indicated that the bylaw doesn't prohibit a person from obviously presenting a claim, but it gives you a defense that you've closed the sidewalk, they shouldn't have been on it, so that's your defense against the claim. As long as it's signed, as long as we have a bylaw, then it helps cover.
so
You're always liable.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're always liable. So you'll put a sign up like, sidewalk closed.
You have to make sure it's advertised. That's correct.
Okay, try it. Let's hope we're successful.
you have a comment?
I'm going to say the same thing, is that it's not going to ever get you out of liability, but at least you have, right now, the way it is now, we currently don't have a defense. This will give you some sort of a defense that can reduce the liability exposure. It's not perfect because, as we all know, if a sidewalk's closed,
No
but
perfect world.
your owners are clearing their own sidewalk, it leaves it wide open, right? But at least it gives you something on record that gives us some sort of a defense to hopefully reduce it.
I
So-
don't-
oh,
Go
go
ahead. I don't disagree with the theory. It's a little unique, I
Yeah.
will say. Because sidewalk that can be passable tends to be open, so
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems a little shady, but I don't disagree. We need to defend municipalities somewhat. I think we need to make sure everybody's aware of the ones we maintain, the ones we don't maintain during the winter, and the ones we maintain, we have to do a real good job of because they are open. So go ahead, Councilor Mellon.
No, I was going to say, like, when you put the sign up saying part sidewalk closed, should you put another sign up saying caution, sidewalk, proceed at your own risk sort of thing, Or do you just,
I don't think we're signing
No,
anything.
we're not signing it.
No,
There
we're
won't be
not signing
signs.
anything.
oh, I thought we were going to sign the sidewalks we closed.
Can't.
Oh.
No.
No.
I thought that.
That'd be another liability.
That blew my mind, that we're going to go around, so we're not
No.
going to sign them.
It'd be advertised in our
Right.
local papers and stuff like that, yeah.
Let's drive on and find out what happens. I just can't.
It's not that we don't care about the sidewalks we don't maintain, is that if we don't look after them and someone tries to vault through them, then, we have to make sure that we're looking after the municipality. That is our job as council, so.
Yeah.
Okay, bring it back to council as a bylaw, and if there's any tweaks, if we get any feedback, then we can address it at that time. Thank you. Lamplighter car wash discussion. Are you leading this, Dennis leading this, or who is leading this?
you want to deal with the 2 letters first, or the?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. 2 letters first. Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
So, oh, that's okay. Mr. Mayor and Council, we received 2 letters as correspondence, one from Mr. Farlinger in Iroquois.
So one at a time, since they're 2 different issues?
Yes, so the one in Iroquois is on Hustler Crescent. Presently, we have not maintained the sidewalk in front of this row housing off of Carmen Road. The property manager or the owner, Mr. Farlinger, has approached myself and asked if we could start maintaining it so that his tenants can place their garbage at the roadside. Presently, in years past, the garbage was placed behind the houses, and the garbage removal company or the owner of that private lane has told Mr. Farlinger that they can no longer place their garbage there, so they need to move it to the front of their building. The length of the sidewalk, which we are referring to, is 49.6 meters, which runs easterly off of Carmen Road. The dollar impact with adding this sidewalk would be the time it takes to plow it, because the contract is by the hour. It's 49 meters, would not take a long time to plow. It would be a single pass, and we would carry on with the rest of our sidewalk beat. So that is the complaint or the correspondence which came from Iroquois. I can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, everybody knows where Hustle Crescent is? Okay.
It's connected to a route we do already, Jeff, so they're not completely out of.
We presently do, Deputy Mayor Gardner, we presently plow Carmen Road. So this sidewalk is right directly adjacent to Carmen Road.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I have no complaints. It's 49 feet, what the heck, or 49 meters, whatever.
Better buy another sidewalk plow, because we'll have everybody and their neighbor's dog requesting a little bit of the sidewalk plowed. No, sorry. No, I mean, they don't need it plowed. I mean, if they gotta put the garbage out in front of the house, there's no sidewalk there, that's all. The only thing I would say is make sure if they got a communal mailbox, I take it, like a mailbox, like a big mailbox. He was concerned about making sure they have access to the mailbox. It's the only thing. I mean, we might as well forget about the liability issue, because we're gonna be plowing every sidewalk within a year's time. Everybody will be coming in and saying, I want to put my garbage out in front of my house, but I can't get there because the sidewalk isn't plowed. Well, we have a diagram from the previous report, what sidewalks we can plow, and we're doing them because we can't do them all economically and get them all done in the time frame, so, no.
I agree with Councillor Mellon, no respect to Mr. Farlinger, but if we do his, we gotta do Broadway, we gotta do every one of them, like Doors to Stop. And that's gonna be your challenge. So it's easy to say, but next week we'll have some more requests. And then what do you do? And, we're gonna add that, we add that, we add that. It's a challenge. There's lots of streets in Morrisburg and Iroquois that we don't plow sidewalks, and they have to put the garbage along the roadside, so. I can't, if we do this, we have to do them all, and that's my challenge with that. It's one or it's all or none, so. We're still yes? You can stay yes. If yes is yes, that's okay. I'm just presenting it.
It's tight. It's tight in there, and if they've always put their garbage in the back and now they're putting them in the front, I don't know. Are we okay with the garbage people scrambling all over the place picking up garbage as people are kicking it? I think that's my issue when I'm picturing how this is going to go. But to your point, yes, then we would have to approve everybody's. There's a lot of walkers in there. I wish there was a picture, maybe that would help, of what it looks like with the garbage in the way and the walking, right?
It's kind of hard to look at the plow route and envision it, that's for sure. Because Hustler is 2 streets in the back one, right? There's a crescent, so. It's 2 apartment buildings, if I remember right. And Broadway
Yeah.
with its collection. I don't know how many there's there. I think 4 there.
I mean, like I said, I don't want to put us in a position where we'll have all these requests, but it seems like there's a bit of a justification just to the front to the back. But who blocked off the roadway? The property owner, or did
I'm
we?
assuming the property owner
Okay.
that owns the laneway in behind.
Okay.
I can speculate, but I'm not gonna mention any names right now.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, Jeff's. Okay. I'm not so passionate about this request that I'm willing to whatever. I think we may get other requests, but I think there's a possibility we may not. So I don't know. Jeff, when you've scoped it, have you gone to look at the area where they want to switch things over? What's your
So
professional opinion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I visited with Mr. Ferniger on site. So presently, they have to walk out their front door, which is not a proper walkway out of their front door. It's just walking onto grass, which then accesses the sidewalk. Between the sidewalk and the roadway itself is a ditch. So it's not like it's directly, they're going right out their front door to the road. They would have to go out their front door, walk down the sidewalk, and then walk out onto the road to place their garbage on the roadway. So by going this route, are they gonna plow their front walkway? I can't say they are, or I can't say they aren't, but it's not like it's just a straight walkway to the roadway because they have to walk through a ditch. So it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, I guess.
I don't know. I'm 50-50 right now.
I'll make it easy. No.
Okay, I see Lloyd's there. Councilor Wells, you aren't online, are you, or available? No, I'm still getting nothing, okay.
Hello?
No. Okay.
He just tried to talk there.
Lloyd, I can't hear you. If you want to speak, you can. I'm sorry if I haven't before, but
Hello, Mayor Byfield?
yeah, can you speak?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Well, I apologize for earlier on. You could have yelled, but anyway, you have any opinion on this matter?
Personally, myself, I think it's a request that should be considered by council, that it was taken away as far as garbage, and as far as plowing, I don't know, I can entertain to Jeff, like, I don't think it's that big a deal. I sooner see everyone on this thing I think it's, as far as what Charles Farlinger is requesting, I think it's a good thing. That's my opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So once more around the table, you heard Councilor Wells. Yes or no? For enough debates, it doesn't matter. If you want to say yes, you can. I'm not going to sit here and argue.
I'll say yes.
No.
And I guess it's no. I can't. I'm afraid of too many requests. Okay, next letter.
So our second piece of correspondence is from the village of Morrisburg. It's on Broder Crescent, on the west side of Broder Crescent, coming in off of 5th Street. You'll see the sidewalk on 5th, which we presently plow. As you turn south onto Broder, the distance or the request that's come in is the people who live in the first building on the west side of Broder. They have a walkway out to the sidewalk, but then they can't go anywhere, they claim, because we do not plow the sidewalk. So the distance between Fifth Street and their walkway is 19 meters. And the distance between the sidewalk and the driveway to the residence would be 31.9 meters. Asking which route you would like to go. We presently plow Fifth Street, so it's not like the plow is going out of its way.
Okay, similar thing.
I just noticed that the person that signed their name signed underneath it that she's the residence manager. So is this what is this residence? Is it a group home? No. Like or
Is it a
like
rental?
assisted living?
This is it's a rental that used to belong to Hill,
Okay, so
right?
I just
The one that died.
yeah, but I just when I'm looking at this, I just I'm not understanding how the like for an individual resident, like to access the house and saying that they'd be housebound if we don't clear this snow. Like I'm curious as to why. Because I mean, they can access, like a lot of people walk on the street and stuff like that, right, in the village, if the sidewalk's not accessible. So I'm just, I don't understand how it's not a health and safety thing that no one can enter or leave the home. I guess they can, trudging through snow, but I don't understand why that's not a landlord issue.
I don't know. Anyway, I think there's access from the back of the one side to get to the current driveway. Is that a duplex? Or a single?
Single.
So, anyway, it's never been done before, so I guess we have a request to.
I think that the landlord should, I think there needs to be some work on allowing the tenants to have, be able to get off their property.
Okay. Councilor Lewis?
That's confusing.
I don't know what to say about this one. I think this is the same as Iroquois. If you do it now, you're going to get some more next council meeting. So, no.
Short of sounding like the Grinch stole Christmas, I got to say no too. I mean, it's, we have Iroquois and Morrisburg have a lot of seniors that have probably mobility issues or some level of mobility issues, and if we're going to clean the sidewalk, like you say, they can get in. Looks like they should be able to get from the house to the driveway. Well, the driveways are, and then they can get to. But so, again, same as the first one. If we do this one, well, better buy some more sidewalk plows because we'll be doing a lot.
What would happen if a neighbor volunteered to do the sidewalk? Is that?
Nick Whitby said because it's a liability issue.
That's right, that's what it was. It does present a liability
Well,
issue
yeah.
for them and also somewhat us because we own the sidewalk, so.
Well, yeah, okay.
Councilor Wells?
Yes, Mayor. As we all know, that property belonged to Dave Hill that passed away. And it was Gail Hamilton that actually applied for this request because it was neighbors that did, and I've talked to them, they did the request there and they plowed it, and now due to liability issues, which we all go through here, which is, I have a hard time dealing with, but I think it's something we should go forward with. All we're doing, coming down Fifth Street, turning around the corner and allowing people that are disability to get out to the sidewalk if myself, I know it's against council's, what I've heard right now, if we can't plow 30 feet going up to Gail Hamilton's property, which is formerly Dave Hill's property, there's something wrong. I'm all for to plowing it, and that's my opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so I've heard all of council. We'll go here. Deputy Mayor Gardner, still yes, no?
You know, there's always I hate saying no to this stuff. I really do. But the reality is in this particular instance, I don't understand why the landlord hasn't added extra walkway to make the roadway accessible. Like I'm still not understanding. Like the letter is a little. I understand it's she's looking for compassion, but I'm somewhat questioning why, if you have two tenants that are challenged with mobility, why there's only one exit out to the. Like I think that I don't think it's as simple as we just take care of the problem. I think that there needs to be, hopefully they're listening, they review the entrance and exits for their residents. I think that's, and I'm not commenting as heartless. Stuff like this breaks my heart, but you know, to your point, Councillor Mellon, we do have a lot of seniors in our villages that would be challenged with mobility issues and health issues and that type of thing. And you know, who told them it was a liability to clear the sidewalk? Did we? Because I just, you know, if a neighbor goes and shovels a pathway out so they can get out to the road, is that I mean, that's neighbors helping neighbors. Like, I'm just wondering where they got the thing that it was a liability. Did another neighbor tell them that they can't do it? Or like, I'm curious as to why it's being shut down, community helping community.
There's always liability issues,
Well, there's liability
potentially,
for
and I
everything, yeah.
understand that, and you're right, but somebody said it, now this person doesn't want to do it anymore.
That's too bad. I don't think the municipality can solve this issue. I don't think it's as simple as just having the snow plow go down, or the sidewalk clear. So I am a very compassionate person, but I think there's potentially some broader issues, and I'd like the neighbors to help the community to help them out. And
Okay,
No.
you're still no? Okay, then we don't do it. Okay, we had a good discussion. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Lamplighter car wash discussion.
Council. So this is just a follow-up from our previous council meeting in regards to a letter received from Diamond DeHar from the owner of the Lamplighter in Morrisburg. About a week and a half ago, we did meet with the owner of the car wash and the hotel, along with Dennis and myself and the mayor, to kind of go over the pricing of getting the sanitary and water line to the properties. I am happy to come back to council that the original quote from the Lamplighter of $100,000, we seem to have gotten that down to about under $20,000 for the owner. So we did attach a map, and I'll have Dennis kind of go through what are the options that we kind of agreed upon, and if council's okay with it, we'll kind of move forward from there. So I'll let Dennis go from there.
Dennis?
Yes, so thank you, Mayor and Council. If you can see the map that is presented to you at the car wash from the transmission line, that is a 2-inch water line going into the car wash. What we proposed was the first valve will be the main shutoff for both the Lamplighter and the car wash. And then the car wash would have its own individual valve, as you can see just past the original valve, sorry, and then the lamplighter, you can see the valve is on there, on the lamplighter's property. The sewer line is indicated in the yellow. So the first line to the north is what is existing. What we're proposing is have it run down the car wash's property to Highway 2 and then go directly east down to Augusta Street. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to help answer any questions.
Okay, so I'll perk in here, fill in some of the holes. So the new proposed sewer line will run on Benson's property, and then up to the car wash property owned by Mr. Zandbergen. They're going to go north there and then hook into the existing line, which will capture both himself and the lamplighter's current sewer system. That line, they will have an easement on Benson's property registered on title, and there will be also registered on title on the car wash land, and an agreement with the lamplighter owner, Diamond, at present, about the use of those sewer lines. They are paying for all that themselves and have that agreement done, so that's not that's not the issue anymore. So sewer line is taken care of. The proposal for the water line, as Dennis has alluded to, is a 2-inch line, and Mr. Zandbergen felt that, excuse me, there was lots of capacity in the line for himself and the lamplighter, because he only uses a 3/4 inch after the shut off, so he doesn't use the full 2-inch capacity. So he's willing to do as Dennis said, keep the original shut off, tap into the line after the shut off, which is still 2-inch, move a line over to Diamond's property, excuse me, another new shut off on Diamond's property, so we can shut it down, and then a line running along the property line to the lamplighter. The reason we have to move that water line is that the existing water line runs behind on the Benson property and goes into the lamplighter on its own, so Benson wants that removed. We don't know the history of how all that happened, and we're not here to judge what happened. We're trying to fix what's there now. So dollar-wise, Dennis, to put the new line in for Diamond from Fred's, how much was the estimate you had?
The estimated that we were given was $8,500, correct, Shannon?
Correct. Yeah, correct. About $8,500 for the water, $14,000 for the sewer, which will be split between the two. And then on top of that, there is parts of about $1,300 for the water that Dennis has gotten a price on.
So about 10 grand, more or less, due to the water line on its own.
Yeah.
So Diamond's request is, he just basically put it on the table. He wants to know if his municipality wants to partner with him on that new water line. And if so, how much? Now, it does save a lot of headaches of doing the live tap. It's a very smart solution, since Fred agreed to it all, I give him a lot of credit. It will all be registered on title, so, it will impair his property maybe down the road for future sale, and Diamond's as well, but it's a solution that the two of them worked on, and I'm not here to say we should pay or we shouldn't pay, but at least it deals with a historic issue in a fairly reasonable way, so.
This is a tough one. I mean, someone at some point allowed some of this. I don't know. I don't know what the reasonable contribution would be. I know we have, the $5,000 hookup fee on our books, correct?
I wouldn't,
No?
I
Okay.
wouldn't charge Diamond a new hookup fee. He has currently water, and I think that would be rather insulting to charge him a new hookup fee when he's already there. Benson, I would have no problem with, even if they hook on the existing line. I would say, no, you don't get the existing line, you get $5,000 to hook onto our existing line.
So maybe that's the crux, is the new one would pay that $5,000, and then I don't know what the magic number would be to assist the problem solving of the other two properties.
I'm not going to throw a number on the table yet unless council's comfortable with it. Go ahead.
I have a little issue with paying anything. It is a motel. He collects money from how many people that has lived there? And that's where I have a problem. He's a landlord. He's got 7 or 8 tenants, and I just have trouble giving money to do a job like that. I'm sorry, but that's where I stand.
Okay, Councilor Mellon?
I somewhat agree with Councilor Lewis, but I mean, I guess the fact that how he had the water hooked in from him coming in from behind, right? Coming in from the north end, coming in across that empty lot. At the time, it was an empty lot. I would be willing, I guess, to entertain a very small contribution by the municipality simply because of the, I guess, the circumstances behind it all, with the way the water came in before and, you know, but, yeah, it wouldn't be a, how much was the hookup for the water?
About 10 grand.
10 grand.
10 grand, yep.
All for right now. I have a number in my head.
Okay, Councilor Wells? Any comments on this?
Yes. Personally myself, what Dennis brought forward, I think is very good. And I think we go back, I don't know how many years ago, excuse me, that this is something that happened back in the 50s. Doesn't pertain to us what happened, but it's something we have to fix. And I think this came across to make it the cheapest for the municipality. I don't know. I agree, like Diamond and Fred Zambergen shouldn't pay any associated connection fees. Benson's, they're a new business going in there. They should have to pay whatever they have to pay, sewer and water. The bottom line is, I think we owe it to those businesses to do our due diligence. And as far as I'm concerned, at the end of the day, when they bought those properties, I asked to see the sales, purchase, and all that stuff. And I think we owe it to them. I don't know if council is going to waive all hookups, which I think they should, and move on and put the lines and end this scenario, because it's another saga in our municipal thing that has to be fixed. Thank you.
Okay. So my thinking on this is that you're right, it's a challenge. It's not our doing. I'm not sure if even the municipality was involved at one time. I suspect, and I'm just speculating, and there's probably somebody a few people in the village of Morrisburg that know, but that probably was one piece of property and got subdivided because it was handy to do and nobody thought of the water connections at the time. Having said that, I not fully feel I'm totally responsible. I'm really glad they came up with a creative solution on the sewer system and an agreement. As I said, I give Fred a lot of credit for throwing this idea on the table. This is not our idea, it's Fred's. Having said that, I'd be willing to pay, to have the municipality pay, not Stephen Byville's, municipality pay for the new valves and the water line that connects the 2-inch to the valve on Diamond's property. So I'm not sure what that'll be. It'll probably be about a third of the cost. And Diamond will be responsible for hooking on the line from the shut-off to his meter. I think that's reasonable. You know, we could say no to everything and let them fight it out. I don't want Diamond to shut the place down because it does, you know, he does have a lot of tenants there, but I'm sure most of them don't have a lot of money to deal with either and would have a hard time finding another place. So I want, you know, we got to keep this type of low-income housing available. And that would be my suggestion to council, and, you know, you can take it all, add more, take off. That's where I would go.
I can live with that. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue. 1/3. Yeah, sure.
I'm just speculating it's 1/3, but at least we get the parts, and makes us more responsible for it too, yes?
Sorry, just clarification. So you're proposing from the connection from the car wash to that first, to the valve?
Yeah, and then the car wash have a valve too.
Yes. Yeah.
Take care
so
of his
we'll take care of
valve, the
Okay.
two valves, and the connection in between.
Perfect. Okay.
That's my suggestion, it hasn't been
Yep.
approved yet,
Okay.
but I'm halfway there.
I had in my head around 2,500. I thought we could ante up for. I don't know what, we don't have a price on what that's going to cost us.
No, we'll probably be around, I would say around the $3,000 mark. I would expect based on the pricing we've got. So.
My understanding is that's about where it would be.
Drive on.
Because the linear footage going in is more money, but it's a straight run of 3/8 copper too, or 3/8 PVC probably.
I don't think that's unfair because the diamond's going to have to come from the residence out to the valve. So, you know, I think that's doable if we pay that much.
Any comment, Councillor Wells?
Like I said, I think we should pay for all hookups and, like I said, I think it's up to the municipality to do our due diligence. It's not the landowners that have this problem. We're the one that created it. Not us in particular, but going back quite a few years ago. So I stick myself, like, we pay for all their hookups and Benson's pay for the new hookups. Thank you.
Okay, so council, majority of council agrees for that, the thought of we pay for 2 valves and the line to the second valve, and then Diamond pays the rest. Okay.
And just another thing to add too, I have been in discussion with their solicitor as well.
Can we bring it back to the next council meeting?
Have been in discussion with their solicitor as well to advise them that everything will need to be on title, so they're well aware of it, and we'll make sure that's all on title and stuff before we proceed with any work.
Okay, so in talking to the clerk, do you want a resolution tonight in that effect, or you want you gonna bring a resolution to council on next January meeting?
What we can do is we can bring it to the next, and then we'll have firm numbers for council as far as what our 1/3 or what our cost will be for council.
Okay.
Okay.
Next one is a report from the Ministry of Environmental Environment, Conservation, and Parks concerning the inspection report that we just had on our South Dundas regional water system, and there were some issues that need to be addressed, and is Dennis speaking to them?
Yeah, if I can just... Before Dennis, the reason we wanted to bring this to council for discussion is that there is some recommendations and some minor non-compliances that I wanted at least Dennis to speak to council as far as what those issues are and what's the plan to address these issues moving forward. So that's why it's under discussion.
Okay, Dennis, the floor is yours. No, he left us. I suspect he thought he was done.
He knew this.
Okay, well,
If he does...
I'll defer it for now, but if he
Okay.
doesn't show up by the end of the meeting, he will bring it to the January meeting.
Absolutely.
And tell him by then he'll have his operational plan and everything's resolved.
Correct.
Please and thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Municipality of Southwest Middlesex re-drainage matters on Canadian National Railway lines. Councillor Mellon brought this out of general consent.
Yeah, I think this is on page 120 of the agenda when you're going back through. I won't go back through. Basically, you know, it's supporting drainage issues, whether it's for commercial, residential roads, ag drains, whatever, and the impact that where they intersect with railroad lines. And we've had over the I guess the years I've been here, maybe a couple times, especially up on Marine Cove Station Road.
Marine Station Road, yeah. Now it's called.
Issues up there with drainage and then the limitations we have because of the water, the drain going under the railroad crossing. So I think this is a good thing, you know. I think we need to have, you know, nationally or whatever, you know, them be a little bit more cooperative if you want to deepen a drain to give, you know, better drainage. I don't know if they can. I think with today's technology, they can vertical bore or whatever they need to do under a railroad line. They're not going to shut a railroad line down to dig up for a municipal drain, but, you know, I think it's, you know, when I read this in the agenda, I thought this was worth pulling and endorsing and, yeah.
And after you did have it removed, Councilor Mellon, in reconsideration, it does make sense that, yeah, you're right, the one on Marine Station Road does come to mind, and draining water through a railroad system is really challenging. So, and southwestern Ontario will be just as bad, so. Council's in favor of it. I will have the clerk read the resolution and then we'll vote on it.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas support the resolution from the Municipality of Southwest Middlesex regarding concerns related to drainage matters on National Railway lands.
Okay, anything further? All in favor of the resolution? Councillor Wells, you in favor or opposed?
Yes, in favor.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, Dennis is back on, so we'll go back. Dennis, we would like you to tell council about the inspection and highlight the issues and what your plan is to redeem the issues.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for getting action. Plan and our deal. They had
Dennis, your bandwidth is defeating you. We don't get almost nothing of what you're saying.
Oh. You now?
No.
No. Let's just bring it to the January meeting. And we'll deal with it a little earlier in the agenda. Okay, thank you. Brinston Building. Council recollects we had a presentation from the Matilda Recreation Group back in March. Having a desire to look at the old Brinston building and repurpose it for their own use. Everybody's had challenges this year, but we finally got the group together along with Dave McKenzie and myself last week to have a look at the building. So they did their look around, they asked their questions, they have some ideas for use. We've given them all the background information we have on the building. We don't have an EFI report on it, but we do have a HP engineering report on it that at least gives a top-end, high-end review of what the issues are in the building. The committee, I told the committee that, council's looking for what their plans are, how much is, what they're asked from council, if any, are, and I did warn them that if they're going to change the use of the building and had to go down the road of a building permit, then they'd have to make the building safe for that use. So, I try to emphasize to go in with their eyes wide open, because it needs work. There's no doubt about it. They have good ideas, but it's going to need some work. Having said all that, I believe the committee has met. They haven't got their ideas all put together. However, they requested an extension of the deadline of December 31st to the first meeting in January 18th, I believe. And they will come to council that day and let us know what they'd like to do and what kind of asks they have for council. I did send them the report from the Forward House, so they have a template of what they did, so which was fairly well done. But I guess the request is, as long as council's good to wait until January, then, and I believe we should. It is. It gives us more idea what's going on, who pays for what right now. So,
with everything that's going on, would it not be fair to maybe do it in February? It's not like the clock's ticking, so.
But now with the lockdown, that 18th meeting will be WebEx anyway, so
Yeah.
we can. The only thing I'd like to make sure it's done for is budget.
Okay.
Because the building is costing us about $5,000 a year.
Okay.
In energy costs on its own. Now, some of that energy is used by the GREC group, so there's only 1 meter. But if you think February is a better date because of the, let's leave it in January, because they can always present in WebEx if they got enough bandwidth. If they don't, then we'll go to February. Is that fair?
Yeah.
We need to figure out for ourselves. We don't, it's not a building we require anymore, and if they can repurpose it at well, it would be their cost, but they can fund it through the South Branch Fund, probably, more or less.
Yeah.
My thought was just because technically people aren't supposed to be gathering. So to put this together, generally speaking, it's unless somebody has a Zoom account or whatever, it can be tricky to have these little groups kind of work on stuff and get together. That's my only concern.
Let's see where they are. I can reach out to Tracy and see if she wants an extra month or if they can pull it off in a month, and we'll let them decide.
Okay.
Yeah, I would add too, we only got one meeting scheduled for January. It might be a large one. So,
we don't need a large one
larger
anymore.
than they already are?
Yeah.
I don't know, we're running out of gas here hard. That's going to be another county council day maybe too. I don't know, I haven't looked at what day the county council is, so there you go.
So, just to take that into consideration when, we're putting that agenda together, maybe, if they're ready, fine, but it'd be taxing.
We'll be flexible one way or the other. How's that?
Yeah.
Because just so that you know, the next meeting will land up on a Tuesday because of Family Day. And Deputy Mayor and I will have gone through a county council and a county council budget meeting and then come here grumpy and have to deal with
Oh,
a
God.
4-hour meeting again, so.
I'd like
it's
to make
gonna be-
amendment,
I-
we change the
We're
dates.
trying to fix this one, so let's hope for January and
Okay.
go for February if we have to. Okay, Shannon, you wanted to talk about today's announcement
Yep.
on the COVID-19 lockdown, please?
Yep, I'll make it quick as possible. So, as council is aware, there was an announcement by Premier Doug Ford today in regards to a 28-day shutdown effective 12/01, December 26. With that, we had a emergency management meeting this afternoon. It was the recommendation of the committee and why I'm bringing it forward to council, that as effective December 26th, that our office will remain closed until the 28-day lockdown resumes, which is January 22nd. Staff will work from home. They'll continue to operate as we did back in the months of April, May, and June. We'll continue to provide services to our residents, but the office will be closed. For people who cannot work from home, we will ensure that they are in the office. Currently, right now, I've reviewed the structure in our office. There's about 3 staff that cannot work from home just due to bandwidth and all that stuff. They will remain in the office, but the remaining 17 staff will be able to work from home. And as I indicated, we'll still be answering the phones, we'll still be putting the agendas together. But at this time, the message from Doug Ford was to remain at home, and that's what we want to make sure that we're doing moving forward. So I wanted to bring it forward to council to make sure that council was okay with it. We've got a media release ready to go for tomorrow so that we can get it in the paper. I just want to have that general discussion with council on where we want to go.
Any comments, questions, concerns?
You gotta do it.
We have to do what we have to do, and I'm gonna be honest, you know, there are some mayors in Ontario all upsy that they have to lock down and they thought they were real good. We went from 0 to 7 in a week.
Yep.
And we're only, and I suspect it's probably in a small pocket of South Dundas. I'm speculating a bit, but that's all it takes. I'm willing to lock down all of Ontario, including South Dundas, to get to where we need to get to. And I know it's probably overkill for South Dundas. We've done it before. We must do it now. I can't understand the municipalities that, especially ones bordering the province of Quebec, that want to remain open, and everybody's going to come over during Christmas and New Year's to do shopping. Like, I'm sure, you know, it is what it is. We are in a very unfortunate situation in Ontario, Canada, and the world with COVID. However, I'd rather be err on the side of caution. I'm sure that, you know, a lot of people are going to stretch the rules come Christmas, and, you know, because there's certain members of family they haven't seen in a year. So I think probably that's where the Premier went, and I know it helps businesses up to at least gets Christmas done and out of the road. But once that Christmas is done, I think it's time to do what we need to do to make sure we protect our health,
because
the hospitals are filling up. We don't need that mess. We just, you know,
No.
we're smarter people than that. I hope we are. Though we still have rallies. There was one where Montreal, big rally yesterday.
Wow.
Anti-mask rally. So I think we as leaders have to show people that this is the right thing to do, and we're going to try to do the best to do the right thing. When we have leaders in the world that don't care, then we're in big trouble. So, okay, we're going to deal with the resolution from closed session first, and then we'll have a discussion on the County Road 2 property, and Councillor Wells can vacate if he wishes. So you can read that resolution, please.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner. Second by Councillor Lewis, that the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas approve confidential report ES 2020-19 to authorize staff and the municipal solicitor to proceed with land negotiations with the landowners.
All heard the motion. Those in favor? Councillor Wells?
Yeah, yes.
Carries. Okay, so last discussion item we have is, we had a presentation tonight from Chris Clark concerning, from Xander Plan concerning the potential development on the vacant lot on County Road 2 that council has already denied the zoning change earlier on. He has brought a new plan forward. He's wanting to know, I assume he wants to know council's opinion before they go any further. I will remind council that we can say yes now, but they still give, you can say yes or no now. He still has the opportunity to do a public meeting and a zoning bylaw amendment, just like he did before. And he would have the opportunity to have public input into it at that time. We would also have a report from our planner saying his point of view or their point of view, because it could be one or the other. We have already had that from the initial one, and I think a lot of that is still relevant. However, I'm not going to say yes or no without at least council having a thought process through it. So we'll go around the table, and he can hear our views, and we're not voting on tonight. I think it's just you'll get the flavor once we go through the table, and we'll go from there. So.
You know, I really appreciate the developer being creative and trying to look at that property a different way. And I did listen to the presentation. I did read the information that was provided. I'm fully aware that we have limits as to vacancies for apartments, and it's a challenge for our residents. Having said that, I still believe that the majority of that building would be a residential unit. I think it is a conflict of use for that area. I agree with the business owners that presented at our public meeting about their concerns about having residents of that area kind of invade the industrial park section. And I do not put a lot of weight on the comparison of the McIntosh Inn to an apartment. I believe that you're talking about transient guests versus permanent residents. And I think that we would never have a gallery full of hotel stayers complaining about whatever. I think, however, 15 years down the line, we would have a gallery full of an apartment association that's been created to deal with the truck traffic and everything else. And I think that we would tie the hands of any future council. I think there's going to be a conflict there. It's when you move into an apartment and you're walking your dog or you're going around, they would gravitate to the industrial park. And I just think it would limit, and I said at the public meeting, we've invested $1.5 million in creating that industrial park in the hopes of attracting industry. It's one of the reasons why we now have, or one of the many reasons why now we are moving the compost site and have that headache. So I think we need to be cautious. I think that I would love to see an apartment developer come into South Dundas, but I still maintain it's the wrong spot. And nothing's really changed in that thing. Like I said, it was a valid argument to compare the McIntosh Inn to apartments, but I don't see how they're similar. So.
Councilor Lewis?
I agree with Deputy Mayor Gardner, and as far as I'm concerned, there's no comparisons to the inn and a high rise of 30 apartments. I enjoyed listening to his speech. he made some good points, but I spent Saturday and Sunday reading that report most likely 4 times, and then I went back to where the information that we got on August 17th. I did the pros and cons. I believe there is more cons to this project than there is pros. And as I made the statement on the 17th day of August, I don't think commercial and residential goes together in that spot where it is, where they're putting their plan for. You have 50 transports that travel out there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I agree with Deputy Mayor Gardner. She says 15 years. I would say most likely the council that's sitting here in 10 years will have a group of people complaining about the noise. And it's, to me, yes, we do need housing, but no, we don't need housing there. And that's where I'll stay.
Well, I guess I'm a little, I was a little different of opinion. I was on the 17th of August, and I still am today. I mean, one of the issues I think was the entrance off Industrial, and they changed the entrance to come in off number 2. So the truck traffic coming in on Industrial, I think, is going to be very slow. You know, they're coming in or going out. So I don't foresee a lot of issues there. The traffic on number 2 with you know, with the new roundabout and the streetscaping and whatnot, you know, it blends in quite nicely, you know. And I agree with Xander Plan's proposal that, you know, what restrictions or what limitations, you know, the industrial park may experience for expansion down the road is going to be impacted by the MAC. What's there for the MAC, you know, and the location of it. The MAC's been there for, like, as the mayor said, like 40-some years or whatever it's been, and, you know, it's, but to me, you know, I've heard it before our August meeting, and I've heard it since then, the need for reliable or affordable and available rental units. There's just no rental units. Well, you can't rent nothing in South Dundas for low income. And to me, this, maybe is it the perfect fit? Maybe not, but to me, it's a viable rental location for apartments. So, you know, rental apartments. So it's a viable location, and I, you know, with what they've done with the commercial on the ground floor and, you know, some of the changes they've done and what the MAC, you know, will impact on any development in, you know, in the wetlands to the east, I guess, too. So I agreed with the plan on the 17th back, and I still think it's, I like it. I think we should, to me, I'm endorsing it.
Okay, I'm still where I was on the 17th, but maybe not as firm. I do like the idea that they put some commercial into it. I think that's at least thinking outside the box. However, there's still 30 residential units. We don't know if they're low-income units or not. They're going to be small little units from what I heard. Pretty small building for 30 units. Still in the wrong place. Yes, we need rental properties. They should, you know what he should have bought is that piece of that Marty Tom owned on Lakeshore. That was big enough to do what he wanted to do. Except it was going to cost him $300,000 to do it. But that was a resident, that would have been perfect. Put something, you could put a nice Victoria style apartment building there. And it would have blended into the old town and worked. But it would have cost a bit more to do. Could have charged a bit more rent there too. It's just the mix of the industrial type uses, the traffic, the noise. I think he simplified the MAC in as a use, as a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week sleeping unit. I've never had a complaint from the owner of MAC for all the noise that's there now. So obviously the uses works. There are many hotels that are in industrial areas. I've heard enough noise. Heck, you can even sleep downtown Toronto and hear lots of noise. So I don't think that's part of the deal there. However, you know, I still would have a challenge with it. Now, if we have a public meeting and I have a barn full of people that think it's the greatest idea since sliced bread, and that includes everybody that owns everything around there, I might reconsider, because they're the ones that are significantly impacted. But it would degrade any piece of property within 70 meters down to a class 1 industrial. And I still would have a hard time calling Beavers a class 1 with the noise on the dryers on the north side. You know, yeah, there's more residential, but you can't, those things were put there in a time when nobody thought of incompatible uses. They didn't have a problem with an industry there because they know people were making, well, hell, I worked there and I was making lots of money. I don't care if how much noise. It's like Cornwall was. Yeah. Who cared about what the city of Cornwall smelled like? It was the smell of money. So it's that comparable. You wouldn't dare put a pulp mill in Cornwall today. It wouldn't last 2 seconds flat, but it is what you were used to. Yeah, there's some challenges to the west now, but to the east, but it wasn't at one time. That was all industrial land. I would still have a hard time with it. Now, as I said, I'm still, if they're willing to take their chances on a public meeting, I'm willing to let them do it. They'd have to have convincing arguments to go against what we already know from our planner. And I reread it too. You know, there was no appetite by our planner to think it was the right thing to do. It's just it impacts that employment area too much. And you're right, 5-10 years, to be the next council wondering what the heck we were thinking that day. So as I said, he's got, you know, right now council's where they were before. At least he knows. I will give him credit for coming back to council. I know that some of us have had a chat with the proponent, and his planner's come back, and he knows now that, you know, council's still not endorsing this, but I'm not going to sit here and say no. There's a process where no is actually official, and if he wants to present it as a public meeting, then that's up to him. I think that's the fair way of looking at this right now. Anything else?
I will say one of the things that when they talk about the noise in that area, I'd also, you know, like to hear if we got rough estimates from our economic development officer of kind of the buzz of people that have types of industries that have been looking in our industrial park, and factor that into some of the calculations as to, you know, if it would be acceptable that close to a residential unit. I think we may find that that's our answer.
You know, if it goes to a public meeting, we can ask for all that information, and then we can go from there. As I said, I'm not going to say no to that. I'm not, dareth not. There is a process. I want to be fair. That's it for our discussion items. So, ratification bylaw, please. No notice of motion, correct?
No.
Okay, I might deny them tonight. Go ahead.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that bylaw number 2020-130, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
All heard the motion. Those in favor? He's gone now, I think. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. So before I ask the clerk to read the last motion, and I will allow council to speak if they wish. This is our last meeting of 2020. To say the least, it's been an interesting year. A year that everybody says most of us would like to forget. However, 2021, as encouraging as a vaccine is still going to be a road to hoe. But we made it through it. We learned lessons. We worked better. We learned lessons as a community, what we had to do to help each other, what we didn't have to do, what we really thought was important in life and wasn't, not quite as important in life. But it certainly was interesting. We didn't get to meet with our families for quite a while at one time. We're still going to be challenged in the next little while again. However, we will survive. We are smart enough to figure this whole thing out. There's no doubt about it. Having said that, I do wish council, staff, and all the residents of South Dundas a Merry Christmas and a very happy and prosperous New Year. I don't tend to be the most positive person in the world. I'll admit to that right away. I tend to be a little bit on the realist side, but I think we need to be positive for 2021. We have vaccines that are hopefully going to turn out well. I certainly hope that enough people take advantage of them when they do come around, that we build the herd immunity we need. I certainly hope that they work long term, because that's the question we don't know, but we got to be positive. And we as a society, and we as a province, as a municipality, as a country, start focusing on what we need to do to keep each other healthy and safe, and don't think of ourselves in this and how we are restricted in what we got to do. We got to work as a society, and we got to work with everybody who lives around us. So having said that, as I said, I do hope that the holidays are as good as you can make them. I'm sure that some of us are going to see family for the first time and let it go. It'll be a short time, but hopefully nothing major occurs out of it. But we don't know. We'll see. But we will find out after 28 days of going back to where we are, how well it works. I do believe it'll help. So I'm certainly willing to be a leader and say that the Premier and his group did what they had to do and fully support it. So. Mayor Gardner?
Thanks, Mayor Byvelds. I echo your sentiments. It's been a challenging 2020, and I really feel for our residents that are struggling more than others. I think that this season, Christmas does bring hope and joy, and sometimes it's a simpler joy. I think this year, if you look for the simpler stuff, you can find some joy and some peace. Maybe get off social media. The negative stuff is a little bit much, but just know that people care, and we're all in this together. And I know that saying got old pretty quick, just because different people are struggling at different rates. But there's still other ways to reach out in the next 28 days. Talk to somebody on the phone the old-fashioned way instead of texting. I'm hopeful that things will get figured out, and there is no playbook. And all the leaders that I sit with around these tables, other tables, and listen to on teleconferences and stuff, everyone's just doing their best, and there is no rule book. So if you're angry, just have a look at it, and just know that people are not taking this lightly, and we're trying our best. And I'm hopeful that hopefully the lockdown will help, and we can get to something else sooner rather than later. So Merry Christmas, and hoping 2020 for good things.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, 2020 has been a tough year on a lot of people. I do believe that if we stick together, we work together, we will make our way through this. We follow the rules and regulations. I think that we have a very proud community in South Dundas. I do believe that, you know, we do have our people that might not see it the way that we see it, but I do believe that overall, the citizens of South Dundas are very proud and very proud to say that they live in South Dundas. And on that note, I would like to thank my council members, the staff of South Dundas, and of course, the citizens of South Dundas a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Councilman.
Well, Mayor Byveld, other members of council and staff, yeah, it's been a different year, and we've made it this far, and I'm quite confident we're going to make it the rest of the way. It's not going to be as much fun. It's going to be a little bit different, but you know, we'll muddle through, and you know, maybe when we come out on the end of the tunnel, you always think we're going to see light at the end of the tunnel, and I guess there is light at the end of the tunnel. And when we come out at the end of the tunnel, I think we're going to be better off for it. I think maybe we'll appreciate maybe what we got a little bit more. Maybe we won't be, I don't know, so wrapped up in minor, trivial things, and, you know, we can appreciate things a little bit more. So let's hope everybody can, you know, see their families and what you can over the next couple days, and, you know, everybody hang in there, and we'll be back in January, same time, same channel. Tune us in. We'll be here.
Okay, and with that, I'll call on the clerk to read the last motion, please.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Mellon, that council now adjourn to meet again at the call of the chair.
All heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.